Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, it's a little loud. I've never done this. Is my first time, by the way. I got this right already. So, anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the workshop of the Manatee County School Board. This morning, it is the 3rd of February, 2026, and we did our call to order. And now I would like to do the agenda amendments. So, the chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the February 3rd, 2026 workshop agenda, updated January 30th, 2026, and posted to the district website. Amendments include all presentations attached hereto. So my understanding is that there are no public comments today. Is that correct, Ms. Cox? Great, so we'll get right into our presentations, and our first presentation will be from Mr. Jensen and his staff, and that will be student supports and related data.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. We have Sharon Scarborough coming up, Executive Director of High Schools, and Lisa Lyon, our Director of Student Services, both here today to present on all the supports that Student Services offers, as well as then glide into successes we've seen with our graduates and our future graduates here in Manatee County. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you. Good morning, Vice Chair Tatum, board members, and Superintendent Breslin. Thank you for having us. We are excited to share a lot of the work that has occurred through our schools, and specifically the supports from our Student Services Department this morning. One of the first things that we want to share with you is a project that we took on this summer, not something that we would never do, but something to be more specific in how we handled it. It is our attendance project. There was new legislation occurring specifically to make sure our students are in school, and we're also having regular reports to all of you about truancy and those students who have attendance issues. So we have a project team that I chair that has members of it from the Student Services Department. We have a data and assessment team, as well as our communications department are part of that. So some of the things that we have done thus far this year is first to do some training in terms of how we work with our school administrators and support them. We look at our reporting and documentation to make sure that that's accurately done, because if the data is not accurate, it's very difficult to work from there. And then we look at our truancy procedures to make sure we're looking not just at the student that may be absent, but what's the root cause of that, and how can we support those families and those students with our resources. From trying to differentiate, if you want, we'll go to our next slide. We have a communication plan that we have differentiated by level, because not all truancy or students who are absent are the same at each school. A reason that a student might be missing elementary school and the reason that a senior doesn't come to classes are honestly two different things at times. So I want to make sure that we differentiate those in our communication teams. You've probably seen them have come up with some of those social media videos, you know, come to school, we miss you, that kind of a thing, to be there, graphics and different messages. And then we look at our school and specific data reporting for that. I know you've seen that, some of that recently, but we want to point out on our graphing there where we're looking at the average daily attendance, where that is increasing, and you can see last year's Q2 compared to this year's Q2 with an increase at our different levels of that daily attendance, as well as potentially a decrease in our chronic absences. So that is key to look at and what could be occurring there. And then our next page shows just some of the, you've probably seen these graphics out and about in our community of making sure that our families know that showing up matters. I think it's really getting back to the importance of going to school and attending each day. We're still, I think, getting back to that normalcy post the pandemic, as well as the importance of being in class every day. It sounds great to be virtual all the time, but really having that one-on-one in the classroom is key for many of our students to be successful, to be at school, and to make sure that they're there, because we miss them when they're not. So I'm going to let Ms. Lyon talk about the recent legislation and how we've been making sure we inform you as well as the public.
So we have three main statutes that we follow for school attendance in this summer. 1003.26 and 1003.27 were updated, and I believe you received our truancy information yesterday, but the 1003.26, really that's updating our interventions and the communication with our families and what we're doing inside our schools to help our students with their attendance. And then 1003.27 is updating reporting to the board and to our superintendent. So we're following those statutes with our updated processes we've implemented this year.
Lisa, thank you for being here. So just to be clear, all 4 bullet points here on the slide, those are the new legislative updates?
I don't know that those are specifically the updates. That's what's included in the statute.
Okay, thank you.
So our truancy process, we worked really hard. We started at the end of the spring last year to update our truancy procedures for this year so that we had a clear process for all of our schools, our students, and our families. And we've put a big emphasis on supporting our students before getting to truancy. So just like the MTSS process, we go through that to help students get the supports that they need, not necessarily to identify them for ESE. Same thing for our truancy procedures. We take them through this process with the intention of supporting them in their attendance, not necessarily to send them to truancy court. So we work really hard at the school level with communication on unexcused absences, parent calls, letters home, and then community referrals. So the team at the school is really the front line for getting that student back on campus and attending regularly so that they're getting as much instructional time as needed.
Quick question. Kindergarten is not required in Florida. There is a bill going on there's bills going on right now through the legislature to make it required, but it is not at this time. So how are you handling the kindergarten component?
We're not handling it any differently. They still get the letters, they still get the parent calls, we still do our interventions, we serve all of our students, even pre-K.
Okay, I was wondering. Thank you.
So if students continue to be absent, we continue to support our students through the MTSS process. Our social workers, our SSS, our administrators, our school teams do everything they can to get that student back on campus. There's problem-solving meetings or child study team meetings that happens there, and then the continued communication with the family. If it continues to go on with no result, the student will be eventually referred to our truancy team, and our truancy team just starts that process all over again with seeing if they can make those community connections and get the student what they need. And we've had quite a bit of success this year with this new process. So it's not like our team receives the packet and off to court they go. They receive the packet, they review all that the school has done, they work with the school, they work with the family, and see if they can build a bridge for the student to be attending again. We work within student services to find additional community resources, and sometimes there's a smaller setting that they need, or it's a transportation issue, and so we try to be that hub for problem solving for each family, and we treat each family differently as their needs are very different. Sometimes we even have students come through who have siblings that are also truant but haven't been referred to the process, and so we work with those students as well to make sure that we're preventing further absences from taking place. And so once the student does reach the truancy court, we continue to case manage and monitor that student and communicate with the schools as to what's taking place in court. And truancy court isn't just a one and done, it's an ongoing process. Usually it takes anywhere from 3 months to a year before a student is dismissed from truancy court.
The just ballpark answer, even if, just take a guess. But what percentage of kids who get identified at that first step end up in a truancy court proceeding?
There's no ballpark. I don't think I could even ballpark that. The first step is really a tier 1 step, and that's the family communication. And that's going to be letters and phone calls to the families, and those happen daily. They happen all the time. We have an automated call that comes from Focus, but then we also follow up at the 5 unexcused absences to make sure that everybody is in communication, and that's being documented through our Branching Minds program, which has made it really easy to help track those interventions taking place. So I would say 5 unexcused absences within a 30-day window doesn't necessarily mean we have a truancy problem. It might mean that we've had a sick child that hasn't turned in their unexcused absences and the parent hasn't reached out yet. So that's totally understandable, but we want to know that so we make those connections there.
Right. Yeah. And follow up, Mr. Jensen told me this yesterday during briefing, but there is what is the number of absences over that 90-day kind of rolling 90-day period? Is it 10?
It's 15.
15.
Out of 90, it's 60 out of 10 out of 60, and 5 out of 30. So in the
Oh,
way
okay.
the legislation says it, it's unexplained, unexcused, or unexcused, unexplained. I can't remember which word goes first. So if we have an explanation, we don't have to send the student to truancy court.
Sure.
We can continue working with that family to get them what they need. A lot of times, through this process, we find that the student needs a hospital homebound service, or they need access to transportation, or we can get them connected with some housing resources, or every case is completely different, which is why that personal call home to the family makes such a big difference.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lyon.
Good morning.
First, I just want to tell everybody I was a little bit remiss. Our chair, Ms. Spray, is feeling under the weather today, so that's why she's not here. And we wish her the best and hope she feels better soon. But that's why you get to hear my voice more often than not. So I'm curious, unfortunately, when a student and a family does get to truancy court, again, we're asking you for these ballpark figures, what percentage of families kind of succeed in truancy court and get their child back to school in a
That is a great question, and one I have been wondering. So we actually just pulled that data recently, and
Okay.
roughly we're about 50-50.
Okay.
So it depends on how you calculate everything out. So considering the students who have exited truancy unsuccessful, continued in truancy, so we have students still in that process, and then exited successfully, we're about half and half right now, and we're going to increase that. And I think we can tighten up a few partnerships in our community to make this work even better.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And that's one thing I just want to add in part of this attendance project is we have so many community partners that want to assist and how can I assist? I want to do this, I want to do that. So we've been putting together, basically, this is what you can do for us, because, there's always this great idea of we want to do this, but we can better focus what they have through our team of here's where your agency can help with a specific case and give them some specificity rather than a generalized, just help the schools. We're able to say, this group we could use, help with clothing, and this group we may need help with, transportation or whatever, and we can better categorize for what we need rather than just an open-ended without any kind of conclusion to it.
Great. So did I hear you say, Ms. Scarborough, that when a community organization wants to help the school system, it's a good idea to contact us so we can kind of focus their efforts, right?
Absolutely. Our communications department has been really key with us on that in accumulating all of those different groups, and then they work with us of what they can support with.
Great.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just
Go ahead.
wanted to add, Mr. Tatum asked a great question yesterday when he and I were having a conversation. And so we asked our assessment team to pull some numbers from 2018 and 2019. Chronic absenteeism in 2018 and 2019 was about 14.1% for the school district versus the 22.2% now. So I know we're never going to completely solve the issue of students missing school, but to get it back to at least the levels it was before 2020 would be the first step in us getting back to where we were as a district with students attending school. And I also want to reiterate that we're seeing this statewide, which is why this the state stepped in last year and increased and really put some teeth around the legislation. We're seeing it nationwide, but for Florida specifically, I appreciate the attention that the new legislation has brought to help us work with our court system to have a little teeth to this and get some better responses.
Great. Thank you.
With that data that you just mentioned, I'm a little hot too. No, I mean, it's cold in here, but the mic's hot. Is it relative, like how many students now do we have compared to 2018-19?
Right.
Like obviously the more students we have, the more chronic we're going to have.
But he did it by the percent.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So,
Cool.
so it should.
Gotcha.
Should be a percent of the whole.
Okay.
But it does point out the fact that we have more students percentage-wise who are chronically absent, and additionally more students overall than we had in 2018.
Right.
19, and so it's a tremendous task for schools and our
Yeah.
district teams to battle this.
So that brings me to my second question, and I mentioned this in the briefing yesterday. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to come up with an
A little
actual
bit.
figure here, but I'll tell the board and everybody else what my question is and what it was yesterday was, we've got a great story. I don't know, is it actually in the slide deck?
I don't think it's in this slide deck.
Okay,
We-
so we got a great story about how a student, it works, and going through this process, and us intervening, and the truancy process works. There's no question. But this is also an added job to someone in the district, whether it be the teachers, the guidance counselors, your assistant principals, our directors, whoever. This is an added job. I think we've had to maybe even add actual jobs
Yes.
and people to our staff to help combat this truancy process and work this truancy process. And I'm not by any means saying we shouldn't, but this is also a process that was told by the legislature, you have to do this. And then really the only way we can do it is by creating positions or having people work overtime, et cetera, whatever, right? So my question to the board, probably know where I'm going with this, is an unfunded mandate, right? So what is the cause of this truancy legislation and now these rules? Like, what is that cause on the district dollar amount wise?
Right, so when Mrs. Lyon stepped into her role, about a year and a half ago, even before the legislation was changed, we knew we had a problem with students missing school, and we knew we're not going to accomplish what we want to academically if the children are not in the classroom. And so I said, we've got to fix this, come up with a plan. And she said, we can absolutely 100% do it. She's one of the most positive thinkers that I've ever met. But she said, I need people. And I need people who are willing to work hard, because this is hard work. And so we did look then, once the law went into effect last year, we looked into adding we call it an assistant principal, an assignment that works under her, who helps head up this process. So that was one expense. We didn't previously have that position. I know that schools spend a tremendous amount on GETs, which are graduation enhancement texts, and those are normally funded through Title I dollars, which is a great use of Title I dollars. But again, then you're not spending it on the
Something
academics,
else,
you're spending
sure.
it on going out. Our social workers, we've had to increase our social workers who do a lot of the outreach and support for students. And then, like you mentioned, our school counselors spend a lot of time as well on this. Lisa, do you have, or Mrs. Lyon, do you have a number of the increase that you've seen in the past year, trying to
Increase in staff?
maybe increase the staff, or pulling staff to address this, even if it's
Sure.
not necessarily, because sometimes we've reallocated staff to do this.
Yes, so within my department, we've restructured. So I had a retirement that happened back in January. So I had one social worker whose whole responsibility was truancy. So we weren't on the prevention side of things at all. We were just processing the truancy court part. So when that person retired, I restructured my department so that we had an attendance team. So it's not any one person's responsibility. It's a team of like-minded and like-hearted people that are connecting with families and helping them. So that's spread amongst 4 people in my department. And then you have social workers, you have GETs. I think it's really important to remember we only have 11 GETs, graduation enhancement techs. So we're talking about a very small group of staff that do really important work. But we've got many other schools that don't have those GETs. So our social workers, we didn't increase our social workers at all. And when we talk about our social workers, it's really important to remember their priority is the evaluations. So they have a lot of time assigned to doing student evaluations with IEP students and with students who have a 504. So that comes first. Then they have to do school counseling. So meeting with students for counseling purposes as it relates to their IEP or their 504. And then a lot of our social workers are only at their elementary schools 1 day a week. So it's a very limited amount of time that they have even on campus. And so then to do attendance work on top of that is, there's just not a lot of time left to get to that. So our schools have to redistribute the work. My message to all of our schools has been, since I got here, you need somebody looking for children. Like, one person on the campus needs to be reviewing reports, making a plan, and finding children. And that's not going to be somebody with an attendance title, right? It's going to be a student support specialist or an assistant principal or a coordinator, whatever it is. They're going to have to pull from somebody else's responsibility to focus on this work. So I think your point is well made, because it's very important work. If we can't find our children, they're not going to be learning, and that's the number one priority. So it's been very difficult for our schools to find the time and the people to do this. Also, within the legislation, it requires a child study team. And it doesn't define in the legislation what that child study team is, but we're not talking about one person. Now we're talking about pulling a group of people together to address the students' needs, which is so important. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing that. I'm saying we need a team and a community to work on this. It can't be just the priority of the one person. So it starts with the one person, but that person needs to sound the alarm and pull the team together so that we can make those interventions for those students.
When I was teaching, I went with one of the graduation enhancement techs. We couldn't find a kid, couldn't get any phone calls back, so we went and door knocked, trying to find the kid. Did not make contact with the kid, but at least made contact with an adult, trying to figure out why she wasn't coming to school. So, it's not necessarily, I want the people out there to keep in mind, this is not just make a phone call and the kid comes back to school. You sometimes have to literally hit the ground with your feet and go out there and knock on doors and kind of bug people and say, where is your child?
Right.
Why aren't they in school? It's not an easy thing to do. And I've had those kids where they're there on Tuesday, maybe Thursday, and then you may not see them for a week and a half. And then they're back again. And obviously that kid is not going to do well in my class. I was teaching English. You kind of need to be there for that. And not going to do well in my class, not going to pass. And I was teaching high school. They're not going to graduate. So, there's so much that needs to be done that this is a heavy load that we're asking staff to do.
And so I think, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think, Mr. Cho, to answer your question is, we did add a position under Lisa's team, but more so it's people doing more work.
Sure.
And then that takes their attention off other important work.
Sure.
But we don't have the resources to hire additional.
Yeah. I just wanted that out on the record.
Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, Mrs. Crowe.
I was just going to mention, as you spoke about teaching at the high school, I think that's one of the things that is a challenge is students are not to have more than 9 excused absences. So if they aren't there, that unexcused time occurs, they don't get credit unless they have a documented excuse, whether it's a doctor's note or it's something that is part of our attendance policies that meet that. And I think some of that differentiation or education we have to do at some of our younger grades as well is that while we all value travel, going on a cruise is not necessarily an excused absence. So some of that is that education piece, depending on the school of, we want you to be here for school each day. And, so it's just working in some of that ranges. You don't want you have to work with the different dynamics of schools and what reasons kids they may have very serious familial issues of why they're not in school that we need to work with and give them some alternative support or maybe an alternative schedule. But you also have some that willingly find other things that they feel is more important than being in class, and we just want to make sure they know that we find the value in them being in school every day. So that's just part of the balance in the attendance project that we've had to do at different places and part of the communication plan that we've done as well.
If I may. I have a couple things. Just this conversation is just bringing up things that I hadn't thought about. And so I have a few things, but I'll be brief. And first, Ms. Scarborough, I'll start with you. You gave the example of going on a cruise, or I know of a student who is, in my personal life, a friend, family, friends, the student is going to Africa next school year, and so they're going to miss 2 weeks of school, which I'm sure to the parent is, because the student is going with their grandparents,
Right?
but who makes that determination of whether that's excused or unexcused?
So within our attendance policy are the different reasons that can be documented excused. And one in there could be a principal's discretion with that. So the principal
So
may
there's
have,
discretion, yeah.
as a principal, I give this example all the time. I had a student who was a national level gymnast. And so that parent would reach out to me because it was something we didn't offer at the school. They had to compete other places. And they well in advance let me know what days they were. And they were very judicious on the days they missed. And honestly, they probably would have only missed their 9 documented. But they still let us know and let the teachers know. That's one of your documented things that are within your 9 excuse. So if you're doing that kind of thing, that child probably is not going to have that senior skip day a different day because they're going to Africa with grandparents. So you have to be, you have to delineate what is your priority as to why you're missing
Gotcha.
school.
But there
And
is
if-
discretion there, so it's not like it's in the code of conduct or.
It is in the code of conduct, yes, it is. And so so that's where the training with principals is to work with them as to what things they will work with on that kind of a thing. And there could be, if there's an extended time, they may work with that student of, could be a withdrawal and then a re-enrollment when they're back, so there's ways to work individually. I don't want to give a blanket, this is how we do it, because I think that each thing is why we differentiate depending on that situation.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. And I guess this question is more so for the superintendent, but Ms. Lyons, you just said something I didn't realize. We only have 11 gets in the district right now?
We might have a few more, but they aren't assigned to a specific school. They work for Project Heart or something else within the district.
Gotcha,
And not,
okay.
they address attendance, but it's not, at Palmetto Elementary.
Or they have 2 or 3 schools they're covering kind of thing?
Right.
Could be.
Well, it's Project Heart, so it would be all students that fall within the Project Heart.
Oh, in that example, okay, gotcha. So for the superintendent, I guess I would say, my question would be, is that, again, principal discretion, keep coming back to, when the principals get their allocations, and I guess we'll see this soon enough, but in the past couple school years, the Title I principals, they have some discretion on, so if they don't want to have a get and they'd rather have we have the literacy coaches, but they'd rather have like an extra SSS or something like that, do they have that leeway to?
They do. So
To create
Title
their
I
position?
principals, when they're putting together their plan to use their Title I funds, depends the scope of their budget, collaboration with their executive director. They go through a needs assessment activity before they're allowed to submit their plan, and that needs assessment activity does take in data related to behavior, attendance, academics, and the results of that should be used to decide how they're going to fund any extra positions they allocate through Title I funding.
Okay, that's really interesting. I mean, you and I spoke about this just in the past week about these unfunded mandates and the demands that we're already putting on principals and their administrators and their staff. There's already not enough hours in the day to go around, and we just keep heaping more and more on. And then we as a board and the superintendent have budget limitations. And it's just, I mean, I just have so much appreciation for our school staff
Right.
who are really, just working on a bare bones budget, bare staffing. I don't want to be dramatic, but like we could always use
Right.
more staff, more positions, and there would still be plenty of work that needs to get done.
Yeah.
So anyway, just
Thank
wanted
you.
to.
So, Dr. President,
moment.
what are the opportunity costs of doing this? And I'm a proponent of it. I'm just curious as we continue this conversation. What are we taking resources away from to do the truancy procedures?
I think when you're spending time outreaching and going to houses and doing these interventions to get the students in campus, that takes time away from academic supports once they're on campus. Another factor that we haven't spoken about, if a student is chronically absent or truant, they've missed all of that school time. The teacher, when the student does return to the classroom and the teacher welcomes the student back with open arms and says, "Thank you, I'm so glad you're here," then they have the task of teaching the student all the standards that that child missed, which is extraordinarily difficult when they're also teaching their regular lessons. And then you have several students in that scenario in your classroom, and it's very hard to keep up and fill in those learning gaps. And then you do it a couple years, a child's been truant more than 1 year, the gaps grow. And so I think it all ties back to academics. the amount of time searching and finding a truant student and re-engaging them in school, and then once that occurs, the amount of time covering the learning gaps takes away just the resources of the day-to-day instruction.
Have you ever had the thought that maybe the county, who has, I assume, a large social services network, should be more involved in this process, and that maybe would take some of the burden off of the, because at some point, you know, our job is to educate children. It's not to go out into the community and provide social services, and yet what I hear us talking about is it's pretty much us that are doing this, right? And so, I mean, I'm just curious what your thoughts would be on that, and trying to maybe engage the county a little more in this and take a little bit of the burden off of the school system.
I mean, I think your point is well received, and I do believe that the teeth in the legislation that requires the courts to do a little bit more will help in that, because then they'll be able to pull those strings and leverage our resources outside of the school district more so than we've been able to do
Okay.
that.
I can speak a little more to that, if that's
That'd be
okay.
great, thank you.
So we have wonderful community partners, especially in mental health and community resources. So we have to make those connections, and we have to find out what the problem is to know how to make those connections. So our work is, one, your student's been missing, what's going on, how can we help?
Right.
And then once we find out what help is needed, then we can hand off to our community partners, and we have great ones to hand off to, and they receive them very well. There's been a few times I've gotten phone calls after 5 o'clock. We have a family here at whatever middle school, and they're going to be homeless tomorrow if we don't get them some help right now. I make a quick call to a social worker, and we make that connection for the family immediately, and there's a plan. The problem is, it takes the initial call and that connection with the family.
Right.
And I don't mean to say it's a problem. It's not a problem. It's an honor to be able to help these families in these situations and get them the help they need. For us, it's finding the time to get to each one of those students to identify what that issue is. And then after that, we can get supports rolling pretty quickly. We have a very thorough guide that our social workers and our school counselors use with resources across our community that we keep updated annually. And then we also have the Unite Us platform that we're using to connect families with the needs that they have too.
So are the community partners that you're talking about, are they primarily private organizations, or does the county play in this area too with us? Or
We got everybody.
you got everybody? Okay.
I would say that we have quite a few, and I can't even speak off the top of my mind of
Right.
what we have, but I'm thinking the mental health resources, the homeless resources, transportation resources. We have quite a few people that we connect with, but all of those within the county that are on the Unite Us platform, they have Unite Us as well. So we're seeing a lot of agencies sign up with that too.
Well, that's good to know. I just would like, I mean, I'm sure it's a very complicated process, and we're not super informed about it, and I'm just hoping that the county actually is playing a role here, because as we've talked about before, you know, we're mental health providers, we're social services providers, we're truancy officers, we have medical clinics on our campuses. I mean, at some point, it just becomes a very large burden on the school system. But Ms. Felton, you would like to make comment, please?
With regards to the county, as you know, I'm on the Children's Services Advisory Board. Yes, that's where we're going. I'm going with that. The Children's Services Advisory Board receives the Children's Services tax, and yes, you can find it on your tax bill. There's a line item on there. And all of those funds come to our board, and then we have a extremely thorough vetting process and application process for nonprofits to receive funds. And those nonprofits that we fund do a lot of this work that Ms. Lyons is talking about. I mean, we have shelters, we have mental health, there's so many programs that are funded. We awarded something in the realm of 68 grants last year, and we're just starting the new cycle this month, grant cycle this month. So, and it's millions of dollars that the county, through that county tax, that we put out to all of these social services programs. So they are getting funded through that. The county commission tends to take our recommendations very seriously. Some of the other grant funding organizations in the county are starting to follow our model. of how we do things, to make sure that we are getting the funds where it really needs to be, and it's really impacting the kids that need it. So that is also a bit coming from the county as well.
One more question for you, Ms. Lyons. I'm going to ask you for another ballpark figure. Of the families that get into the process, into the truancy process, what percentage of them do you think are receptive to the efforts? Like, yes, I really, I'd like my child to be in school, and I'm willing to work with the system.
I would say the majority of our families
That's good.
want their students in school and educated. So
Okay.
I haven't seen a parent that's absolutely not. I think they have obstacles that they're dealing with that they
Right.
need support moving through, and sometimes they just need somebody to that's not at the school. Sometimes a district person can get them to the place that they need to go, like hospital homebound services, or maybe they want to homeschool their child, and instead of communicating that with the school, they just stop talking with the school. So we can a lot of times get to the bottom of things before it actually gets to a truancy referral, just by talking with the family and seeing what they need, and we can connect them to the right place.
So maybe sometimes they don't know what they don't know, and our job is we help them know what they should know, and once they know what they should know, then things go better. Is that right?
That's right.
And I imagine, so that's good to hear that the families are generally wanting their child to be in school, and sometimes it's the student who needs a little extra encouragement maybe to get them there. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Anybody else?
Good. You both said exactly what I wanted to say.
Okay,
So
great.
I'm just going to be quiet for a while.
All right. then.
And Mr. Vice Chair, I think the next section is on some student reassignment information.
Okay.
So this portion of our presentation is actually something that Dr. Breslin and I began working on in her prior role when I first came on to my position, is looking at our alternative processes with student reassignment in our alternative schools. Because we wanted to look at, the key thing for our students, if they are placed in alternative assignment, that it is temporary. It's not a permanent placement. And we did have some students who had been assigned and didn't have an end date or are based on what those assignments were. So in concert with Dr. Breslin and Ms. Lyon, we looked at, first of all, what we could do at our schools prior to a potential reassignment. What interventions can we do before we go to an alternative setting? So we've really looked at our Tier 1 behavioral expectations. We look at our SAFE program and vape education. So SAFE is our program with students who have been caught with drugs on campus or alcohol. There is an intervention process that we do first as an education, as well as the follow-up with that. Safety plans, second chance agreements, we do some family and school counseling with those groups, as well as partnership with our ESE. In doing so, we've created some consistency, transparency, and timeliness in the decisions of what we do. The communication piece is there between a student being enrolled in an alternative site. We minimize how long it takes if they are placed in an alternative site till they are enrolled. And then there is a transition plan when they do come back. There is an end date. This is when you're alternative, and then you will transition back to your home school. And that communication piece has been opened up between the schools and our alternative program at Horizons Academy. So, for example, when we have these meetings, there is a process where the principals and their teams work with the executive director. Is this appropriate for a reassignment? Are there other interventions we can do at the school prior to a reassignment? The families are informed of the possible reassignment. There is a committee meeting that is weekly that reviews everything, all steps to make sure it's proper, and then from there the reassignment occurs or doesn't occur. And at that point, then the parents or the families are contacted and an intake time is taken. There is a transition meeting within the next week. And then on the flip side of that, when the time is coming for their assignment, we changed it to by the semester. In the past, it had been, for example, if you had something happening on February 3rd and you had a full year, you're going back February 3rd. Well, now you're in the middle of a quarter, which that could interfere with a grading period or anything like that. So we've gone to a semester-based system, or even a quarterly-based system. We have had opportunities where students have done well and met their expectations, both academic, behaviorally, and attendance-wise, prior to, and the principal there makes recommendations for an early return. And so we have done some early returns where somebody was supposed to stay till second semester, but at first quarter, we said, you know what, this student's done very well. We'd like to entertain bringing them back. We have a meeting with the principal and their team does a transition meeting and welcomes those students back on campus. And in having them come at a natural break in the grading cycle, it also prohibits that student from all of a sudden maybe standing out, walking in on February 3rd, and they go, oh, that kid's coming back from alternative. They don't know, they could have moved into the area, and that student comes back, because they're all of our students regardless of the school that they're assigned to. So we've really worked at having that as our mindset with our schools. So if you want to go to the next charting, oh, yes, ma'am.
Before you flip,
Yeah.
I had some questions actually yesterday, and Mr. Jensen said, "Oh, ask tomorrow." So I'm going to ask today.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
The alternative schedule. I know when I was teaching at Southeast that we had kids coming in. Because I did that one day a week. I was one of the teachers there that came in the afternoon and did work. And did their schoolwork at that time. So I was wondering if you could explain a little bit about what alternative schedules are for.
So that places a little bit further when we get into our graduation program, and how we've worked with our schools. So that you're kind of dovetailing into between a reassignment. We're looking at like a behavioral or a disruption on a campus that is a reassignment versus an alternative scheduling that we do for students for kind of a concierge education piece that we've done, where we piloted that at at Bayshore specifically last year, but a couple of schools did their promotion programs where students may come in later in the day, but they stay longer. Many years ago, that was like having, I guess we called it the life program on your own campus. Then our district had transitioned all of those students over to the Harley campus for that. When we were reviewing our graduation data for that, we noticed that when we did send them off their home campuses, we actually were having a reduced graduation rate. We weren't having as much success when they weren't on their home campus. So in the last year, we have transitioned all those students back to their home high school. And looking at those alternative schedules, and we have seen, and that has been part of our graduation increase, because now we see more success when they're back and they're walking with their own home campus. So that's been part of, I guess, a larger project of all this between alternative settings. We had a lot of projects that we worked on in the last year or so. And so that is one of the things we have done, which has helped to increase with our graduation rate as well. So yes, absolutely. We had and it's sometimes I think where you think I think this will work better if we have them all here at this one place, and the data didn't show that it had. So we had to address it, and nothing malicious or unintended by that. But when you see something that may not be working as well as an alternative, then we need to pursue the other way, which is what we did. You're welcome. So if you want to flip to the chart on our student reassignments, you can see the number of reassignments we've had over the last 3 years and the numbers that we had of students assigned to our alternative site. You can see a distinct decrease there. There are still times where students may make a poor choice in a poor situation, but we also have worked at addressing those specifically with our code of conduct, but also we have worked towards student returns as well. So you can see that this year of our student returns. You can see in Q1, those were our early returns, and then Q2 would have been those students that either had a year or a semester, and we went by the semester break, and you can see where those students transitioned back just this past semester.
Quick question. Just thoughts. Looking at the number of students, the decline, right, in reassignment. My question, I guess, and obviously in this first slide, you talk about the increased supports and things like that, which goes back to my last one about staff and money, but anyways, regardless. So, bless you.
Bless you.
My question is, and obviously being a high school teacher and back in the day, not only did you have Horizons, you also had Central High School and things like that. I guess, and I'm not saying I have not heard this necessarily from teachers, but when I look at numbers like this, that we were at this amount and we've decreased like significantly. And I guess 25, 26, we're only halfway through the year.
Right.
So that could go up to like 120, let's just say, to 217. Are we allowing kids, though, to be in school, in their mainstream school, and not reassign them? Trying to do the interventions, like, is it actually working, or are we just allowing kids to be disruptive in classrooms? Does that make sense? So I'm not saying we are. I'm just asking, like, it's great to have numbers down, but are we allowing kids that are affecting the rest of the class we just talked about like, the truancy issue, and when the kid comes back, and great, we finally got him back in. But now that teacher has to take time because Chad's been gone for chronic absence, and he's way behind. But I've also got 20 other kids to teach. The reassignment numbers, is it truly like, hey, no, we are getting some intervention with some of these kids and getting them help to where there is no more disciplinary issues, to where we normally would have said, hey, you need to go to Horizons? Or are we just dealing with it in the classrooms? Are we asking teachers to kind of deal with it in the classroom?
So reassignment to an alternative site would have to meet one of our level 3 or 4 incidents. So constant disruption in a classroom doesn't necessarily elevate to a reassignment. So that is a difference because sometimes you do have to have some other interventions for that student of what they need to be, whether it's a schedule change, whether it's working with a parent. That's where the second chance agreements come in of these are the things that we're going to do, a check-in, check-out on a regular basis. You have a behavior contract of things you have to meet. And then if you don't meet it, we're going to reassign you. So I think it's just getting that stopgap in there. But we also do reassignments from charter schools, because sometimes the charter schools or private schools have just sent them back to their districted school. Prior to them just coming back, if we hear of those that they're no longer permitted at that school and they're supposed to go back to their public school, we have them go through our reassignment process as well. So we ensure that somebody's not having a major incident on a campus that's not one of our campuses, but we're still having them follow our reassignment processes. We also do reassignments where they've never even been to our schools. They may have a felony arrest. Some of these are from outside arrests, but you see some of these high numbers because some of our students who were reassigned, some were not on our Horizons campus. We brought them all back so you can see they were there, so they were on a campus, and so they were supervised and back in somewhat of a regular school environment, and then could determine whether they went back to their home campus. But we have had some other alternative places for overage students as well. We've worked with Bradenton Bay and Graduation Alliance for some of those students as well.
Sure.
So that has been having some other programs and not just our Horizons Academy also helps with that, because some of those students, maybe they're disruptive because they don't understand or they're having an academic issue, and once we address that, then that ends some of that disruption in class. Because if I act out and get kicked out, then you won't know I can't read, or you don't
Sure.
know that I don't know the answer. So it's really, again, looking at the root of the concern and then making sure we address it. Sometimes it is an issue that you're going to be reassigned, and this is where you'll be. And sometimes a parent doesn't take the reassignment. They look at alternative means as well. And we do provide, there are other options. That's our public option, but they may go to another site as well that they choose.
Good. No, I mean, I definitely believe that at times Horizons is almost like we're removing you and dumping you there, and there's no light at the end of the tunnel, right? Like for the students that are there, I've always felt like we need to have something there that shows them some other options and opportunities. Maybe maybe it's not the education piece. We got to figure out obviously where they could fit in and do some stuff. And I do believe that especially with these alternative, reassignments, you said it earlier, it's not necessarily, sometimes it's not about because they're behavior issues. It may be like the Bradenton Bay or their time. And that's why I think if again, I'll say having a school that is geared towards workforce and potentially what we want to do with one, I think you will see choice rather than like reassignment. But that's also going to be a place where you can tell as a counselor to a student what, hopefully figure out what they're really into. And maybe they don't want to be in school because they don't care about that, and they want to do their job, etc. And even if they're not like behavior issues, right? So no, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, and I think we did see an uptick in some of our behaviors of students after bringing everybody back on campus. It was a lot of that renorming of behavior, and this is how school is. So I think there was a bit of an uptick we may have seen, and many of our schools we're seeing a little more of that stabilization of the student body. And I have to give credit over to the Horizon staff. I was visiting there yesterday. So while we do have students that are there, they have also infused some positive behavior supports there, some recognizing students when they do good deeds. to make it feel like they're ready to. They do enforce being on time and wearing your ID, all those things. So when they go back to their home school, they're used to the same policies and procedures that they would have. So, it's a difficult task, and you don't want a student to feel like they don't have a return place. It's a place that we have a consequence for that, but we're going to help you get to the end point and get you graduated or back on a campus as well.
So Dr. Breslin, my understanding is that there are no more elementary students at Horizons, is that correct? At
As
least that
of
was-
today,
as
I
of
mean,
today.
if there's an incident that requires a
Right.
reassignment, it's not a rule that's made.
Right.
It's just, but one of the things we also did is increase the student supports and interventions on the campus, but we also put a principal over at Harley, helped stabilize and grow our Stable program, which really helps elementary children who are exhibiting some trauma behavior to stabilize and then get back into their classrooms so they don't end up in Horizons. And I think that has helped as well. So sometimes there's another way to address it, get the student stabilized, and then get them back in their regular classroom.
Because I think you told me that, if I remember correctly, that you kind of analyzed data, whatever data you looked at, and sending elementary students long-term to Horizons really wasn't producing the results that we wanted, and so therefore we are taking a different approach. Is that kind of
Right, so if we can put interventions on their campus or offer some kind of counseling or support in another way to avoid Horizons, to avoid that rise in their behavior that elevates them to a level 3, which causes them to be reassigned, we need to do that, because if they stick in their classroom, they will have a better opportunity for learning than changing a school environment. Anytime you pull a student out of their environment, it's disruptive to their learning, and this is not any different.
Okay. And I think I congratulate you guys on doing that, and you're the experts at it. I just want to make sure, along with Mr. Choate, that if there are students that are a danger to themselves and to staff, that we err more on the side of safety and caution than we do on the side of, well, maybe we'll give them another chance. I mean, I've had personal phone calls from employees that, have been in dangerous situations. Let's just leave it at that, and just err on the caution of safety.
Right.
And,
Yeah, and if there's a safety threat to the student, another student, a staff member, then yes, that is handled very differently.
Right.
And I think you can see that in our
Or even as I'm thinking about it, at some point you have to weigh the teaching environment for all the other students versus the one student who comes in and some way, maybe not even in a dangerous way, but just is very disruptive to the classroom, and is that degrading the educational opportunities for 24 students in the classroom because the 25th one, is really requiring a lot of extra effort from the teacher or the teacher's
Right.
assistant or something like that. But you guys get to make those decisions,
Right,
So-
but there is a leap between that and Horizon, so, they still provide interventions that maybe pull the student out of their classroom but keep them on their campus and
Right.
just another spot on their campus. So we try all of those measures, and it's been successful.
Sure.
But I also agree that we can't have constant disruption in a classroom. That's not fair to a teacher either. But that's why those interventions have really been put into place. So there are options at the principal's and the teacher's hands to be able to address those situations.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
Just a note, when we allow school counselors to counsel, there's also, it also goes a long way to decrease behavior problems, to give students the opportunity to do small group work, things like that allow them to help deal with things that they might cause them to have behavior issues without having to leave school and being reassigned. Unfortunately, it has been my experience and experience of many others that our school counselors are often saddled with so many other things like testing and handling this and taking care of that, and can you go, sit in on this classroom because we don't have a sub, and they're not given the time that they need to actually counsel. And that's really what they're supposed to be doing. If you go to other states, we've had counselors come here and they're like, this is not how we do it in this state or this state or the other state, because we throw so much at them and so many other responsibilities at them. And the schools that do best are the ones where their counselors get to counsel. And they're the ones that really succeed in addressing those behavioral problems from elementary school on up and to keep their kids in school. So just preaching a little bit.
It's nothing wrong with preaching. I had exactly this conversation with Dr. Breslin at the end of the last week or over the weekend. I can't remember, but it was in the last few days. And this feedback that we hear as board, that staff hears, that leadership hears, is that, and the conversation we're having is that counselors can't counsel, psychologists can't treat kids, because, and a lot of times the duty is revolves around testing. And so I talked to Dr. Breslin about the possibility of the board, and I brought it to her first. And I said, hey, this is on my mind. I'd like to bring it to the full board. And I knew it was going to cost us, but it wasn't until my conversation with Dr. Breslin that the size of the cost really kind of came into focus. And so we have 30, mid-30s elementary schools now. And what I was first asking for was probably a little too much, and Dr. Breslin got me straightened out. But what if we had a testing coordinator for every elementary school? So that's 35 employees, salary and benefits for every employee is about a little short of $100,000. So it's about $3.5 million to create, if we were to create this position, which obviously we don't just have $3.5 million sitting around. But Dr. Breslin has some ideas that she can look at it, maybe where we can figure out a way where, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I should probably just let you take it from there. Because I will misquote you.
You were doing very well. In taking a look, we did, and thanks to the referendum and the direction that the board offered and the curriculum team, we were able to successfully add a literacy coach in every elementary school. So we added a position. What we need to do now that that position has been in place for the semester is really look to see, have responsibilities shifted? Does anything look different? And so I need to dig a little bit to find out how much. And I know Larissa Bennett, who works with our school counselors, and this is all under Lisa Lyon's umbrella, as it's because she was a school counselor in a past role. And looking at the time spent, Larissa has had counselors kind of gauge their own data. So we have some data to look at to see time spent. My concern with the testing proctor at elementary is what do they do when we're not testing? We do try to limit school-wide testing as much as that we can. And then my other concern is even if you had a testing coordinator, someone sells to proctor. The testing coordinator can't do all the proctoring. And so there's definitely questions to be answered. So we're going to take a couple, and I spoke to Mr. Jensen about this, take a couple schools, a bigger one like Golet, a smaller one, as well, and maybe look at who's planning the testing, who's proctoring the testing, what does that position look like on campus, so we can, use that data to come back and figure out the best plan forward.
Thanks for sharing that.
Mm-hmm.
Please continue.
All right, well, we're going to move then to graduation success and our graduation rate, which we're very proud of. We met with you last year about this time about where we saw our graduation rate. The goal that we have is to continue to increase that. And I think you have seen this thus far of we are coming in at an 88% for this past graduation rate. And again, an increase, and our path is to get over 90 for this year. So we are working on that. Ms. Lyon and I have regular grad rate meetings at each of our high schools that we go and see where are you progressing. And we're not only looking at this year's senior class, but we're already doing projections through each grade. And when you ask, how do you do the other things with attendance, a lot of times we envelop that within that meeting as well. We will look at not only where's our grad rate at, what is our DNF report at those different grade levels, and what's the attendance like, because a lot of that does coincide with each other. So where it's more things on, we try and envelop in those meetings as well. So we have teams that go out. Each school has set up teams that look at their grad rate, and as we've gotten that going, we're actually looking at the flip side of it of freshman transition teams, which we implemented this year, because we need to look at those students as soon as they come in and make sure that they're on track to graduate in 4 years. So just a comparison there that you can see of our increase in Manatee County. The next page shows you each of our high schools. We're very proud of all of them, and as well as our alternative school and the number of graduates. That has been an increase as well. So you can see how that goes on now. Our average, where you see most of our schools are at close to that 90 or above. It is an average, so other sites do go into that. So we're working with that to be sure that we can maximize our graduation rate. But we are the highest that we've been in Manatee County that's been recorded. So we're very proud of that and all the work that our schools have done. And kudos to Ms. Lyon and her team that continues to data mine that for what we're looking at. I don't know if you want to add anything else. We've already looked at where we are thus far this year at each of our schools and what we're on track to get to, as well as where our juniors aren't on track. And by using some of the alternative ways that we have worked with scheduling that you spoke to, Ms. Felton, where we have looked at school is just not the same as it always was. I mean, I'm still at a school because I love school and I enjoyed every part of it and going to a pep rally. Well, not every kid enjoys all those things. And we can't assume that all of our students enjoy that or that's the path that they want. So we do work with the 18 credit option. That is an option in our district. We do work with students who may have obligations or jobs, and we have gone to, we piloted at Bayshore last year. It was very successful, and we've done it at many of our other schools, whether it's the Cane Promotion Program or the Pilot Promotion Program, where we take those students and we look at an alternative scheduling for them. And some of them not only come in during the day, but they may come after hours, so we get to that point. And then we look at can we get them a little sooner. It used to be we waited for credit recovery till their junior or senior year, and sometimes those kids have dropped out. They don't think they have a chance. So now we're looking at those 9th and 10th graders and say, can we intervene sooner with you that you struggled in this one class? Have you struggled in that same class all year, and what can we do to get you back on track and not make you think you can't get above that 2.0 too early? So it's really that whole child that we look at with getting to the graduation rate.
Some of those programs are just amazing. I had a student who I had her in 9th grade, and then I had her as a junior, and while she was passing my class, she wasn't passing other things. And so her senior year, she was doing the credit recovery. She was doing after school program until 5 o'clock, and she was able to graduate. And then last spring, she walked at MTC. And she got her certificate at MTC, and I got to see her walk and hug her on stage as she was going across. And so things like having the ability to have those programs that help them get their diploma and then help them move on to other programs where they can then go out in the job and work in the world I think I cried. It was so exciting to see her to do that and to know that we were as a district able to help her get to that point. So just, those programs are great, and I'm so glad that we offer them.
Thank you. Yeah, we're really excited about that and seeing them successful. And our schools do look at, in these grad rate teams, we have lists individually by student of where they withdrew to make sure we have accurate documentation. Did they move out of state and didn't tell us? Now that doesn't count against our graduation rate. Is this kid so close and we stop seeing him, hey, come back and let's get you on track and graduate, or here's a program that's the right place for you. So that's a lot of the work that has been done in the last 2 years, and our high schools have really been on board with that. And we're very proud of all of them, all of our principals. They're doing a really good job in all of their teams. So, and we have some successes of graduates at our alternative sites for incarcerated students that we thought we would share as well, because we do run sites for our students that are incarcerated. So I'll let Ms. Lyon speak to that.
Sure. Last year, we had a student from the port, so that's the adult jail. He did meet graduation requirements, and we were able to get him a diploma before he went to his next place. And then right before Christmas break, winter break, we had a student at Manatee Regional Juvenile Detention Center who came in very close to graduating. He was a great student. You can tell by his transcript. He was very bright and put a lot of effort and work into his education, and we were able to get him the remaining requirements at the detention center before he moved on to a program where he could go straight into a trade program. So it was really great. If he had moved on without this, then he would have had to do part-time high school, part-time trade. may not have finished the program. But this way, we were able to get him wrapped up so he could move on to being an adult into his next place. So it's really been fantastic to offer these students things they need. Even they find themselves in a terrible situation. Nobody wants this. So to be able to give them something that will help them move on in their lives is really rewarding. So I appreciate the support we've had from the board in increasing our services at the detention center and the port.
Vice Chair, if I may, a lot of our public don't realize that the Port Academy and the Regional Detention Center are our classrooms. We are responsible for the student success. So we have very dedicated teachers who work in both of these programs, who have very difficult jobs year-round, but are able to get some success, as Mrs. Lyons pointed out. And then when we first started working with the port in our roles, we noticed they didn't have all the technology that we needed for some credit recovery. And so we were able to work with our AT team, who worked with the Sheriff's Department to bolster that, which has made a tremendous difference in the outcomes. So we appreciate that partnership.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
And I don't know if really anybody's in the room to answer this, but does MTC partner as well?
So we don't have any partnerships that I'm aware of with the port at MTC. Are you aware of anything?
They've had previous partnerships with GED. I'm not
Okay.
sure where they are at the moment with that,
Okay.
but
Gotcha.
we have in the past.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a couple questions to finish up here. Can you, first of all, do charter schools that have high school students, do they count towards our overall graduation rate?
Yes, sir.
Do they?
So do our school sites.
So do our school sites. Okay, great. I'd be interested to know what the Lakewood, I think there's only one, right? Isn't there only one charter school that has high school students, Lakewood Ranch
We have
Prep?
a few.
MSA.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know what their graduation, like this chart here that has all our
Sure.
schools, maybe we
We
could
can get that to you.
We could provide that to the board members.
use it. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Okay, great. And the second question I have is, would you please explain what the 18 credit hour option is? I'm not real familiar with that.
Sure, it's a state statute has it as one of our options for graduation. So our students all get the same diploma. So the piece of paper looks the same, but there's several different pathways the state has provided us for them to get that diploma. So the one that students are automatically placed on in our district is the 24 credit diploma. They have an option of moving to an 18 credit diploma for many different reasons. The diploma was actually created to accelerate students through high school so they could start college a year earlier. But really, the big difference is it eliminates an additional electives that are within the 24 credit plan.
Okay, that's
So
interesting.
they still have the English, math, science, social
Right.
studies, they still do all of those. It's really just reducing those team sports, band class, whatever that might be for the student year after year, it reduces that number.
So can a student who's maybe not interested in those things and who wants to get on with life, so to speak, is it an option for every student to use the 18 credit?
We don't put it out there, we don't like advertise it.
Right.
But as our counselors, as our social workers, administrators are working with these students and they're finding that something is not working for them, this is one of those options that they offer the family to see if it's right for them. So I don't think we need to, throw it out to everyone,
Right.
but for specific situations, it's really helpful for students, for those that want to move on quicker or those that need something different.
It just seems a little bit odd. I'm trying to find the right word, but that's the word that comes to mind. Like, you have to have 24 credit hours to graduate from high school. Unless you don't want to have 24 credit hours, then you only have to have 18 credit hours. And I think maybe we shouldn't advertise that because there are a lot of students. Like,
It is,
I only have to have it. Okay, how many do I have? 17. All right, I'd like to graduate.
but it is also your core area, so it's not 18 credits of
Right.
art
Any
class or any class.
right.
You still have all the core academics that are required. One of the reasons you have to look at it specifically per student is if you have a student who's a student athlete, you have to look at what the NCAA requirements are, so it's not something that's applicable for them, someone who's going to a traditional university. So I think it's our state's working with students that college isn't always a career path, that may be a trade school, and helps them accelerate that way on, and does something differently
And
for
they're
them.
still
so.
required to meet all assessment requirements
Yes.
for graduation.
And what are the tests again? There's a math test, a civics test, an English language arts test you have to pass. What are the 3 tests you have? Are there more than that? Go ahead.
Correct. You have to have your ELA, you have to have your math credit, and your, which has to be an Algebra 1.
Okay,
With
what
your
other, what are the exams you have to pass? Or they're just,
So the exams with an end of the course exam for high school is US
Yes,
history, geometry, Algebra 1, and
Biology.
biology. So the one that you're required to pass is Algebra 1. The other you have to sit for. If you pass it, we want you to pass it, but it doesn't necessarily hold you back.
30% of your course grade, the other exams, but not required for graduation. Now, your 10th grade reading assessment is required for graduation, and your Algebra 1 EOC is required for graduation, or concordance score through ACT, SAT.
okay. So
Yeah.
I guess which FAST test do you have to pass? Maybe that's an easier way of saying
10th
it.
grade ELA.
10th grade, that's just the one. And then you have to pass an end of course civics? or
Algebra 1,
Algebra 1,
end of course exam.
okay. And isn't there a civics requirement or something?
U.S.
There's a
history,
civics test
biology.
in middle school.
Okay,
Civics in the middle school, and then there is the FCLE, which all students must take. It's the civics literacy exam that they take in high school, and they must take that. And then if they don't have a passing score on that, they may have to retake it if they're at a Florida university.
oh, okay. Okay, great. And then my last question is, a couple of years ago, there were some parents called me with a concern, and the concern was that schools were not offering scheduling options, let's put it that way, right? In the sense of maybe my student has to work or is a high-level athlete and needs to practice early in the morning or late in the afternoon. And so there's a balance between, obviously, what I've heard the term be boutique scheduling, where you just, you send your student's schedule to the school, and the school has to accommodate all of your requests. But on the other hand, it sounds like we are trying to accommodate these scheduling alternatives for students that the typical school day is not working for them. And I would just encourage us to, as much as we're doing it for the students who, have to work or whatever, for students that have a legitimate reason, like a high-level athlete or something like that, to help work with them on getting an alternative schedule without it becoming some type of boutique scheduling type of situation. So any thoughts on that, like how we're doing in that area? Do you feel like we're where we should be, that message has kind of gotten out, to the principals and stuff, or what are your thoughts on that?
I think so. I think I remember that conversation 2 or 3 years ago, and I think at that point, at that particular campus, the principal was trying very hard to get all the students to be back full-time and moving along, and looking at attendance numbers and just trying to push this atmosphere as it's important to be here for every period, every day. But in all cases, that principal did then and still does with our all of our high schools, is to look at if we need some options for students, either because they're heavily involved in some sort of sport or very competitive athlete or something like that, but then also for those who need to work because they're helping to provide for their family. And so in working with the principals, Mrs. Scarborough has been able to offer those alternative type hours and programming, and to make sure we're documenting it correctly, because there is, we receive FTE for when students attend school,
Right.
and so we have to just note it correctly, so the state is looking, we have correctly documented when that child was on campus.
So I heard that we're doing a lot of those type of things at Bayshore right now, maybe offering some alternative scheduling.
Yes.
Is that expanding to other high schools, or?
It has.
It has, and that is specifically for our at-risk students, so it's something we're very mindful of. It's not intended for a student who just doesn't want to come to school because I want to sleep until 10.
Right.
I mean, we have to look at providing the academics that they need at the time that they need it for, and make sure that we have that. And in some ranges, that after-school time is credit recovery of things that they failed in the past, that they've done that. So it's not an alternative, like I said, is that I just don't like a 7:30 schedule and I just want to do this. We really look specifically at what that is. So it's that balance, as Dr. Breslin spoke about, is making sure that we're also counting those students appropriately in our scheduling and for FTE funding, because we do have to make sure that we are audited appropriately for those areas.
And as we talked about before, does this require somewhat of an extra burden on our schools? We have to pay teachers to stay late for different scheduling.
Absolutely.
Yes, so we have to budget through that as well as how we're budgeting for those courses, how many teachers we have staying, what is that course load as well, and make sure that we are doing their non-contracted hourly and follow our contract.
Okay, great. Anybody else? Okay. Are you all done with your presentation?
We are.
So,
Thank you both. I appreciate
yeah,
it.
that was very, very informative. Thanks for a lot of questions. And you had the answers. You were the answer ladies today. So,
Sure.
Today.
Today.
Every day they are, by the way.
Thank you very much for that.
Before we move on from this topic, though, to the next topic on the agenda, this seems like the right time because we have to do it together, is to talk about something that, and I thought that's why this was on the agenda this topic was on the agenda to some degree, about the Accelerated Academies program and whether or not the gentleman who runs that program, we've been working with him for a number of years now, and whether or not we want to move forward with that program or whether we want to just kind of say we're not going to do that program. And I know that Dr. Breslin and I have had some conversations about it, and all the people in the room that would seem to be knowledgeable about that are here. So if we could have that conversation for a few minutes and see if it's something we want to move forward with or not, and then we can kind of put that topic finally to rest. So I know that just to start off with, so there's a program out there called Accelerated Academies. It's an alternative graduation program. Basically what they do is they go out into the community and they find students who are no longer enrolled in school and have dropped out, and then they bring them to their school, and then they get an FTE equivalent or a certain amount of money for them, and they try and get them to graduate, right? And it's really a no-cost program to the school system in a way. I mean, I suppose there's always nuances to that, but it's FTE that comes to the school. Those students are out there in the community. We're not getting any FTE for them right now, and so if we can find them and bring them into the system, then potentially we're getting some FTE for the school system, and then obviously making an opportunity for more students to graduate in an alternative type of program. So that's the overview of the program, and maybe I could turn it over to Dr. Breslin to just have a
Thank you,
quick
Mr. Tatum.
discussion about
So yes, I'm familiar with the program, met with the vendor many times. We've entered into some draft contracts in the past, but have decided at that time not to move forward. We do offer those services through Graduation Alliance that we're currently under contract with, and Bradenton Bay, our charter partners. My concern is making sure Bradenton Bay is able to fulfill their enrollment numbers. They were fairly new charter still, and still working on getting their enrollment up. And it's the exact same service between Bradenton Bay and Graduation Alliance and Acceleration Academy. So it's almost oversaturation. And then two, our first primary goal is to offer those services on our school campuses. And we've also worked with Manatee Virtual School, where previously it was only offering one particular program through Florida Virtual School Partnership. We still continue that, but we also expanded that to allow Edgenuity, which allows more access for students who maybe need different programming. So we've expanded that enrollment. So I almost am excited to see future enrollment for MBS as we continue to develop MBS, and future enrollment for Bradenton Bay as we continue to develop that charter they're developing. We don't develop the charter, but you know what I'm saying. We did go into partnership with them. And so I worry about oversaturation. So that's why we haven't stepped into that partnership. But certainly, if the board is interested, then we absolutely rely on the direction the board provides.
Anybody have any comments on that? You've talked.
I know exactly the program you're talking about. I do feel like it is the same thing as what Bradenton Bay is. and I don't know, I don't remember really reason why Braden Bay came about before. Is it Alliance graduation or graduation Alliance?
Graduation Alliance.
Graduation Alliance. So I'm not sure like how that all went down, like time wise. My assumption is the Graduation Alliance is, correct me if I'm wrong, is a contracted school, not a charter school.
It's contracted and it's completely virtual. They offer virtual coaching, but
Right.
there's not, a physical location, whereas Bradenton Bay is a physical location. Acceleration Academy would have some sort of physical location.
Correct. So the Acceleration Academy is though a chartered, not a charter, excuse me, a
Contracted.
contracted school.
They would be a contracted school as well.
So I believe that was the difference between how Braden Bay started and they started. Is that
Right.
Braden Bay was a charter school, they went through that application process.
They did.
Instead of the other way. Okay.
Right.
I'm just trying to remember like the timeline because they both kind of came about
About the
right
same
around the
time.
same time, and then obviously Braden Bay is through in their charter. I'm all about all options and opportunities for every kid. I guess my question is, are the numbers there to support it or not support it? Obviously we have other contracted schools that we work with all the time now, Pace and Easter Seals, et cetera. And so, I'd be okay with it as long as the staff, you all feel like, hey, we need it, we don't need it. I don't want to add another, again, it was about the timing of this stuff. I don't want to add another program, take away from a program that's already been here, even though we're not doing it, right? We don't control Braden Bay. But there's already something here that's doing something very similar. If the numbers support it, great. Yeah,
Right.
let's do it. So I would give that back up to you guys. I'd be happy to add it for sure.
Right. I would say numbers currently aren't supporting it right now, but it could be if we look at next year's our year of contract with Graduation Alliance, maybe we look to see student success and decide if we wanted to trade out for a different program. Those types of decisions would be key once that contract ends, if that's the decision. I haven't looked at Graduation Alliance data in recent months, so I'm not saying good, bad, and different. I'm just saying that's the kind of work that needs to be done, in my opinion, before adding another into the mix.
Sorry.
Any other comments on that?
No, just saying, I would just wait for guidance from the superintendent on what's the next best path forward.
To answer Mr. Cho's question, and again, we have to have these conversations here because we can't talk about it amongst ourselves.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
My understanding is that the holdup has been that Accelerated Academies is asking for, because when we have a contract school, there's a certain percentage of an FTE, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Breslin, that we
Yes,
give
sir.
to the contract school for each student. Is that correct?
Yes.
So whatever the percentage is, and so most contract schools get X, and Accelerated Academies would like X plus.
Yes.
And so the idea has been, and this was before we talked about oversaturation, but we've had a problem with that because for fairness, we think, well, why do contract schools get X per student and Accelerated, if we had this contract with Accelerated Academies, they would get X plus. That's not fair. And so that kind of stalled at that point. In talking to Mr. Graves, his answer to that as well, we need X plus a little bit because we're actually going out in the community. They do a heat map, I think it is. They find students that have dropped out. They have to go track them down. There's some costs and expenses that go along with that. And so that's why my understanding is at least it stalled. And maybe, is that your understanding too, at least a while back, why it stalled a little bit?
Yes, absolutely. And
Okay.
I know Mr. Jensen was involved in that, if you would need him to expound on it, but you framed it pretty much how it happened.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to bring this to a close because I do get calls from Accelerated Academies finally, and it's either yes, here's the issue. You've asked for X plus plus whatever, and we've talked about it among the board, at least for now. Either we're willing to do that, because I will ask, like, what would the, it sounds like the downside would be, because it's FTE that we're not getting right now. So I think they were asking for 90% of the FTE, so we would get 10% of the FTE, and not that we should do it for the money in any respect, but it's students that are out there, and they're willing to go find them and bring them in, and I'm trying to find the downside of it, other than, well, there might be too many programs and then nobody gets what they need to maintain financial sustainability.
Yeah, I would say it's just that we already offer that service. Graduation Alliance does search for our students and gives us reports and follow-up on that. And so that's the biggest reason. It's not that it's a bad service they provide. It's that we currently contract with someone who provides it. I would say it's less about the FTE, just duplication of the service. Did you want to expand on that at all, Mr. Jensen? Or
I mean, Mr. Tatum, I obviously have tremendous amount of respect for the work of Mark and Acceleration Academies. I think their mission to serve students is very commendable. As you stated, we have, a number of programs within the district that fit a similar number. Because of the nature of that program, because that has a physical location, they provide specific services to students. They need a fixed number of students to even make the program economically viable for them as a parent organization. I believe that number starts at like 300. I'm not even sure if we're up to that number at Bradenton Bay yet, or we're slightly over that number there. So I'm not sure if we have the market saturation to support all of these different approaches, as well as, the dollars and cents. And not to mention, these programs kind of operate independently to a degree, but ultimately it's Ms. Lyons' department that has to oversee our contracted sites, ensure they're compliant with all of our school district policies, rules, make sure they're meeting all of our security regulations, making sure that we're organizing testing, supporting the enrollment of students and those things. And so there's also kind of a internal human capital trade-off anytime we bring in a provider. Even though they manage their own operations, we have to, understand our internal bandwidth and ability to bring on another program provider. And so that's gone into the calculus on my side to not engage both the dollars and cents, the programs we currently offer, and then just our bandwidth and Acceleration Academy's bandwidth to make the program work inside of our district. And so, like Dr. Breslin said, if there's ever a confluence of factors that makes that program the right fit for our students, and I think it would improve outcomes for our students and our families, I'd be all over it in an instant. It's just, right fit and right time. And that's something, we continue to engage with lots of partners and vendors who offer many admirable services. It's just finding the right fit for Manatee County, regardless of the program we're looking at.
Okay, great. Any other comments from anybody?
Just to add my 2 cents to be the last one, I was actually going to say a lot of what Mr. Jensen said, so I feel like it's not a fit at this time.
Okay. And just so you know, I regularly get calls from Mr. Graves, and I say, okay, fine, I'll bring it up at a board meeting, and we will. I'm not getting any kind of kickback. Fine. Well, we'll bring it up. We'll have a discussion, and we will give you a definitive answer, and that way he can move on. And if we know what the options are, and if we want to use it
Absolutely.
someday down the road, that's fine. I do know that they are in Sarasota County, and I think 7 other counties in Florida. So if we ever do need to,
Right.
get data and say, how's this working in Sarasota, or whatever, there are other Florida counties that are using it. But
yes, sir.
sounds like at this time.
And the team has visited twice in Sarasota, specifically, I mean, really researching and doing the due diligence, but definitely something as we continue to look at data. I mean, we look at it all the time to determine if the resources are right. So, it's never, the answer is never, just at this time.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't sound like the board's kind of, we have a way to go forward on that. And if I get another call, I'll relay that information to the gentleman from Accelerated Academies. That was a great discussion. So you're done with this portion of the
Yes.
the briefing today?
Yes,
Okay, great.
sir.
Thanks, Joe.
And
Thank
it's
you.
a,
Thank
thank you very
you.
much. And we're an hour and a half in today, and this seems like a good point to take a break, so how about we come back at 11:40? How about that? It's about 12 minutes, 11:40. See you at 11:40.
Sounds good.
Tatum, you have such
gavel back. Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we are having a workshop here in the Manatee County School Board on the 3rd of February 2026. And the next topic that we will be discussing is Manatee County ALICE data. We'll get a briefing on what ALICE actually is here in just a second. Mr. Chapman, I'll turn the floor over to you at this point, and you can introduce whoever is going to be speaking today.
Thank you, Mr. Interim Chair,
Yes.
and Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Tatum and Board, Dr. Breslin. We're here with our special guest here who I guess I termed, you don't know Evan McCarthy, but Evan McCarthy is our data director here at the school district, and he's a master of data. And Aaron Neal is United Way Suncoast's equivalent of Evan. He's kind of the data guru, is the data guru at United Way Suncoast, and has been doing it for a long time. And just so you know, United Way Suncoast covers 5 counties, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, Sarasota, and DeSoto. And it's a very large nonprofit that also supports us not only financially with some grants to help us with some of the topics that that you all were talking about earlier in helping families and students, but also United Way Suncoast helps our employees with services, one of which is very timely, is their VITA tax service. So essentially any taxpayer who's making $96,000 or less can go to United Way Suncoast's website and sign up for not only free tax service, but the filing as well. So United Way Suncoast helps with all of that through their volunteer service, and it's called VITA, and that could save obviously taxpayers a lot of money. So that's one way, amongst others, that United Way Suncoast helps our employees and families here in Manatee County. But I'm going to yield to Aaron here to walk us through some slides and really walk us through what ALICE is, what it stands for, and really show us what Manatee's data is when it comes to ALICE. So, Aaron, the mic is yours.
Hi, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Morning.
If it's easier to call me Evan, feel free to do so. Thank you for joining us. Once you said, my name is Aaron Neal, Director of Data Analysis for United Way Suncoast. I'm in my 5th, going on 6th year here, specifically at this organization, but within this role, about 2 years. And today we're going to talk about the ALICE report and ALICE threshold for Manatee County, but also how you guys connect to other counties as well, too, from our analysis. So, usually I would ask people how many people know about ALICE, but I'm not going to do that because I'm just going to explain what it is right now anyway, so the number will be 100%. ALICE is a conversation around the federal poverty line. So the federal poverty line was created in the 1960s. It's a guideline that was supposed to be made for people who don't have enough money to support themselves. It was based off a basket of groceries. While well-intentioned, has been the same methodology since then, alongside with a couple extra line items, but the root cause was grocery and food detail. We also have the consumer price index, which is a basket of groceries plus a consumer good specifically, but that's not the full range of someone else's expenses. You took that and multiply it by 3 or 4, and that's how you get the federal poverty line as we understand it today. It's a little bit disaggregated based upon the household composition, but that usually creates the baseline of what we call federal poverty. ALICE stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained Employed. So it's a dollar threshold that recalculates how much it costs to get by based on current cost, geography, and family type. So if we include all the individuals in this range, those who have employment, who have assets, etc., what this looks like is, what does it actually mean to live paycheck to paycheck? We hear that term all the time. I have enough that I'm above the federal poverty line, but what is the new line that we're referring to when we add in conventional household budget items that people have to adjust and add within our daily lives? Who is ALICE? So within the state of Florida, we have 8.9 million households. 4.2 of them are below the ALICE threshold. That is poverty plus ALICE. So you see poverty here is 13%. ALICE includes 34%. Locally, 2 out of every 5 households within Manatee County are qualified as ALICE specifically. That's over 658,000. 658,000 our 5-county region, 79,000 within Manatee County specifically. So that talks about the range of the number of households and persons that are related to the county. Alice and poverty households continue to grow. So we're seeing it as a chart, and here's where we're going to start adding the caveats. That's how data works. We have little asterisk symbols at all time. Caveat number 1, our Alice reporting references 2023 data. We are currently receiving updates from United Way of New Jersey, the team that's in charge of Alice. Their next update for 2024 will be due in April or May of this year. So in April and May, it's okay, don't panic, just call me, we'll get coffee, and we'll just take it from the top all over again. But we're gonna use that to contextualize the conversation of 2023, all the way back from 2010. So obviously there was a big, large spike between 2019 and 2021 in households, even after decline around the COVID era, and we've been watching closely to see what are the impacts since then. So that light blue line there is Alice, and the darker line is poverty. And we've had some very interesting reactions for the state of Florida. Now, the fun thing is that this presentation is given to all of our staff, but you guys are talking to the data director. So I can give you the fun little behind the scene facts. The Alice percentages for the state of Florida have actually gone down between 2 reporting periods.
What 2 reporting periods?
The reporting periods between 2022 and 2023. It went down. Now, the real question is, does that mean that less people are struggling to make ends meet, or are we still in the follow-through of a massive population shift of people moving to the region, changing the denominator of what we're engaging with? So, as more people are able to move in, odds are, if you're able to move into a state, you are not within the Alice thresholds, you have pretty good means that changes the bottom denominator. So, Alice works with around 25 partner states. We're one of the first ones to ever do it, and we're one of the first ones to stand out in this really weird way. So we have the particular eye of the whole nation, essentially, on how our numbers react to each other. Pretty cool, eh?
Very cool.
Yeah, you guys said numbers are cool. Alice in the workforce. So, of the top 20 occupations in the state, over 1/3 of all employees are below the Alice threshold. Of the top 20 occupations in the state, 65% of them pay less than $20 an hour. These numbers in this chart is provided by the United for Alice New Jersey team, so we are allowed to add some context and nuance to it. So cashiers, more than half; registered nurses, 1 in 7; elementary and middle school teachers, 1 in 5. But I was just informed by Ms. Heather that we're also including high schoolers because they're all paid at the same rate, so it's also going to be 1 in 5 as well, too. It's okay. The purpose of this presentation is to make you sad, mad, then glad, and if your jaw is not on the floor, then we're off. Yes.
Aaron, I had actually requested this presentation for the board because I found it fascinating to learn about what our numbers are, because we always hear about the poverty line. You know, we always hear about our families who are below the poverty line. But we really do need to take into account that 42% of our community is in the Alice area. And so these are working people who can't make ends meet. They're one doctor's bill, one car accident away from not surviving. And these are our employees. You're looking at our teachers, you're looking at our paras, we're looking at our secretarial and office staff. And so I wanted to make sure that we were all very aware of these are people that work for us at the district. Well, technically, they work for Dr. Breslin, but you know what I mean. And, you know, my children are in this. They don't make enough to be above Alice. You know, and of course, we get paid as board members less than starting teacher pay per statute. So if I was single, I would also be in Alice right now as a board member. These are things that we need to keep in mind as we go forward, particularly as budgets are coming up in the coming year, and we're looking at pay and pay rates. And I'm going to nicely curse Tallahassee for not giving us enough money to pay everybody, because darn them, this is partially their fault. Mostly their fault, actually. But I really felt it was very important that I asked for this so that the rest of the board could really see the impacts of what our families and staff are dealing with.
Thanks, Ed.
Any comments?
Yep, keep going, please.
So what is the survival budget? So the survival budget itself, you see here, is broken down amongst common household line items that a person encounters within a month, all accumulated to an annual total at the bottom. So as you can see here, for 2 adults with 2 children in childcare, That's usually the ones we start the conversation of, a traditional family of four. A person would need $95,000 within the household in order to make the survival budget. The key here is the term survival budget. This is not if you make 96,000, you're fine. This is survival. This is what you need to make ends meet specifically. There is not a line item here for savings. There's not a line item here for emergencies. There's not one that covers debts. This is strictly the new bottom baseline for what is required within Manatee County. What's interesting and the most exploratory about this is each individual line item draws apart its own conversation. If I tell folks that, you know, see here on this chart, that one child in childcare is $708, they may cackle. Like, what do you mean? It's probably more than that. I know because my son was $1,200 when he was first put into his childcare. And now is $900 now that he's 2. But that's the point. This is the most optimal scenario in 2023, the lowest line items that we can configure across the board with common sources, and it still adds up to $95,000. So if we are looking at higher things, that number jumps even further. And if we're looking at folks who have to commute from around different counties, then they can be dealing with one county threshold and still have to come make it in and survive in a second county threshold as well too. So yes, any conversation about this one?
That's very informative, though.
Thank you.
I mean, it's in the sense.
I guess my question is, how do you come up with the numbers for food, transportation, healthcare, technology? I mean, how are those numbers like derived? Where do you derive them from?
So if we go to the United for Alice page, specifically for the state of Florida, and I believe it's called the cost of basics, there's actually a hover item. You can see the source for each one. So like food comes from the USDA's Thrifty Food Plan specifically. Childcare also has a specific source. A good chunk of them come from the American Community Survey, so like that along with census. So that's why the census and community survey was updated, I think, last week, and they've started the process of looking to the next year specifically. So it does have a reference back to government data. We're just doing the process of collecting those pieces and putting them together to something to talk about.
Thanks.
Please continue.
Yeah, not a problem. A exploratory portion on this page specifically actually derives around cost and population. So in the last period, we were able to have a conversation around, well, now that we have multiple years of ALICE data to work with our team, what is the average percent change in cost between counties? And also let's look at the average population change. So the highest cost change for survival budget between 2022 and 2023 was in Sarasota County. They had an 11% cost increase. So, you know, keep that factor kind of in your brain. Overall, when we talk about the population between 2023 and 2024 in our 5 counties, does anyone want to guess which county had the smallest population change?
Population change?
Increase in total population. Who had the smallest one? Hillsborough, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, DeSoto.
DeSoto.
Pinellas.
What?
That was my second.
0.4% population change.
Oh, and it's already built out. Yeah, yeah.
Which county had the highest population
We
change?
did.
Manatee.
DeSoto at 7.3%. I just told you that Sarasota has an 11% cost change increase. And DeSoto is extremely rural. So as a part of our 5-county region, we have to look at what are these things being connected. Manatee was right behind DeSoto at 6.8%. What we haven't checked is Pasco County, which is above Pinellas, and what their population changed. There was a very small, minute change of Pinellas due to a cost increase. And Sarasota also had a cost increase, and we're seeing population differences happening in rural places like DeSoto, which I'm pretty sure no one from New York is flying to go to, and population increases in Manatee that really supports the experiences of the residents that are living here. Yeah. Also, Manatee had a 7% increase, so we're going to forget that. There was a 7% cost increase between 2022 and 2023. Also, 2023-2024 population change was recorded in July of 2024 before multiple hurricanes. I don't know if you guys remember that. So we're also looking in anticipation to see what that population shift looks like after all the damage is done as well, too. But we'll move on.
And Aaron, real quick, that percentage change was mostly driven by housing cost in each county?
That involves some nuance. So we pull the numbers in, and then we started asking our partners, and our partners have to ask our residents, and our residents have to report to our partners come back to us. So we usually talk to local governance, we talk focus groups or whatnot. So we put the conversation forward. That's a good chunk of what Alice is. They do 25 states. They're not able to, contextualize it per state. And we do the work as of right now, as really thinking about what are the costs kind of changed overall. I believe for Manatee, by line item, the household costs increased between 2022 and 23, and food and childcare. Those are the three top ones that have gone up in that time frame.
Thank you.
So that brings to our next graph here. Even put more clearly, the federal poverty line has moved, I believe, to 32K. Right now it's just a 30 because this is an older one. That 86,000 is the household survival budget for the state of Florida. And then the wages of 2 full-time workers as a personal care aide, as a stock worker, which is one of our top 20 occupations, usually comes to around 66. So you can see they're in that real middle zone of being far enough above the federal poverty line, but they're not able to satisfy the cost of childcare, food, transportation, healthcare, miscellaneous taxes. We were talking before about absenteeism and graduations and the things that can affect a student's performance overall. This is a way to examine how households are doing beyond, federal poverty line or getting free or reduced lunch access. It really helps mix up that middle ground to tell part of that story. 2025 takeaways. What's different? So this is a bit of an exploratory portion, like I said, because 2023 stopped. We'll do it in 2024. Coming in next week. We have the second highest population change in our 5 counties, like I said before, of Manatee. The budget increased by 8%, as I mentioned before. Even more households are falling below the Alice threshold. And when we get to the end here, there will be another discussion that goes a bit more into a bit of public policy and discussions around for each line item that usually helps people out. Diving deeper with some charts and graphs. So rural communities tend to have the highest Alice threshold rates, basically because it's just hard to get the necessities in rural areas like DeSoto and whatnot, as I mentioned earlier. Infrastructure for people moving in has not adapted fast enough. And so you get a lot of schisms and conversations about influxes around Manatee and DeSoto area as people come in from other counties, other places, and they're trying to take advantage of a lower cost of living relative from where they were. Once again, so that's a zoom in of our region. Our Alice data can both be seen on place-based focus and then also on the right by zip code level focus. And for Manatee, those 3 zip codes are varying in rates, 34205 and 34207. Almost 2/3 of households are below the Alice thresholds. 34202 is at a quarter, so 25%. Now, mind you, there's also population concentration involved in that, but we also just, in general, just track this type of thing and include it in our investment strategy when we're giving out grants or whatnot. So this is where we disaggregate based on some demographics. So families with children, we're having to do a correction with single male-headed households because it says there's not a single male-headed household in poverty, which seems a little fishy. But the truth of the matter is there. So it says married has the highest percentage of above Alice threshold. That's because there's usually 2 incomes involved. We'll even include married / cohabitating. A lot of folks are just living together outright to make ends meet. So if you have 2 incomes and you identify as one household, you could also be within that zone. Single female head of household and single male head of household obviously have a disproportionate amount of households who are within poverty and Alice, so below the Alice range. Once again, looking at age, not once again, but starting looking at age, we have under 25 and 65 plus. There's a real doozy coming up, so just keep your hats on. Under 25 within the Alice threshold is not really surprising for most folks. You're just getting your bearing, you're coming out of school, or you went to college or tradesman and whatnot, but we keep tracking this because these are the folks that will make decisions soon, peeking over the edge for making housing, if we're starting families, or making large purchases and making those economic activities. If they don't have a strong launching pad to move from, then that really can leave them in a bind overall. And in 65 plus, I'm going to save that conversation, but they also represent a disproportionate amount of Alice households within the Manatee County region.
Can I weigh in for a sec?
Sure.
So y'all hear me talk about my kids all the time, so here I go again. So my youngest is 21. moved out in October, has a full-time job as a pastry chef. There, he shares an apartment with a friend. It's $2,000 a month for the apartment, so they each chip in $1,000. My kid only makes $2,600. $1,000 of that goes just to rent. That's not counting all of the other things like electricity and water and all of that other things that get included into that. Food, gas, going over the bridge every day for tolls. So these are, as a under 25 person, this is where my kid fits. And, you know, and with our economy the way it is, they're actually cutting back at the bakery. And so now he's only working 4 days a week. So we're looking at maybe you need a part-time job on top of it. You know, so this is, and the kid's working. I mean, and he doesn't do extra stuff, but he's working, you know, and so these are things that we really need to look at. And there was an article actually in the Herald Tribune about a month ago saying that people are moving into Sarasota because the cost of housing is now cheaper there because the cost of housing in Manatee keeps going up. So when you're looking at also county by county numbers, that's also, you know, an impact here as well for our families.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is a conversation that when I talk about the ALICE budget and the ALICE threshold, if it's not you, it's someone you know. We're all only one step away from someone who is really trying to figure out why is the income that I have right now not enough, you know, across the board. You know, 6 figures is a conversation, and they still don't feel comfortable when that was the thing that we had beforehand. And this speaks to that. It's one of the big points to take away. So remember that 65 plus community I mentioned beforehand. So the ALICE threshold, number of households reporting below ALICE over time. You see the gray marker here. 65 plus community has increased 62%. Specifically within Manatee County. It's very similar in Sarasota as well too. We have moved into an era amongst data analysts that we can use the term unprecedented. If you told me between 2019 and 21, we could say obviously there's a COVID era, everybody increased. From 21 to 22, we could say there's a shift in the workforce as we use more and more online tools, and it may not have brought everybody along in terms of skill advancement. 22 to 23, I have no words. 23 onward, can only speculate until April and May. But this is the exploratory conversation of what policies or procedures or items have happened since 2023 that would lead us to believe the number would go down. So we track this, we keep this informed. We did talk to the Sarasota Herald Tribune as well too, just on the overall effective strategy of how do we support the people in our community across all age ranges, what policies may be affecting that. As we know, as of last April, you know, even something as simple as Social Security checks are no longer sent out in paper, or all Social Security changes have to be resolved in person and use an appointment time. Maybe create a mobility issue for some communities, and really trying to understand, you know, what are the effects and the different nuances that goes into someone's budget and decisions they have to make in their day-to-day. So this is one of the big charts we really have a conversation about often in terms of this placement. We also have theories that there's a drop in under 25 and 25 to 44 because they're leaving. So we're trying to figure out what is the rate of going out. We've seen a lot of Florida news about rates coming in. We haven't really explored the larger dynamics of who's leaving into what areas and where, but that's been on our plate to kind of chew through at the data team. By race and ethnicity, once again, it's a common denominator situation, but we do point out that Hispanic and Black households struggle significantly more than their racial counterparts in terms of below and above the ALICE threshold. And so on a community by community basis, this also helps to engage with folks and have that conversations. We have meetings with the Hispanic Services Council overall, and we just kind of meet with different groups and add that context there for people's lived experience by group as well. So how do we respond, both United Way and communities in general? So we bring together partners, from all areas to support households that are hit the hardest. Our investment strategy right now, I believe, has over 290 active collaborations and partnerships within our multi-year, which is a 3-year cycle. We have 67. We continue to advocate advanced practices to help people get by and whatnot. So the VITA tax prep is a really great tool that is also IRS certified. So we also bring that in. We bring that into Financial Wellness at Work, which is an interior program that we run in order to provide financial assistance and best practices within workplaces specifically. And so we get information on that. We create investment strategies that increase our engagement of ALICE communities. So every time they do a release of the ALICE numbers, we use that and factor it in with the number of local nonprofit partners, number of poverty, et cetera, and we create zip codes of focus and school attendance zones of focus within our strategies, what helps inform that. And when people make applications to us, they can kind of configure their numbers in the application to see where their zones of interest are, and we can drive towards that. And so as a result, in our last 3-year investment strategy, 93% of the households that our partners engaged in were below the ALICE threshold. So a really good return on that. And we can educate about those in need, such as the rent cost analysis. So, there's a little QR code to scan. We made the Suncoast Housing Index, and so that is a multi-button approach in which we have created a online dashboard during the time of the eviction crisis, but now it's just a general conversation starter around housing. And one aspect of it is the rent costs analysis that tracks how much of your annual income you would have to dedicate to satisfy the average monthly rent within your county. So, as you can see on this just fine line chart from Manatee starting in 2020, you're in the low end, probably around 22% if you have a household of 2 earners making $15 an hour. We use $15 an hour because that's the end of the minimum wage bump. I believe next year in September it caps off at $15. And so back in 2020, if 2 people are making $50 an hour, they're around 22-23% of their income would need to go to satisfy the average monthly rent within Manatee County. Obviously, that's spiked sharply coming from 2020 all the way to 2022. And just now, as of December, for Manatee, you have to dedicate 29%. So you guys are good by a percent point. At 30% of your income dedicated to rent, it is classified as rent cost burden by the National Atlas, I believe it's called. Over 50%, it's severely rent cost burden. And just to juxtapose what that looks like, right now, as of December, if you're in the federal poverty line for a family of 4, you would have to dedicate 66% of your income to satisfy the average rent for Manatee County. At its peak during the COVID era, it was 88%. So this is what we mean when we say that this is just not a strong enough measure to talk about things, because it's just start. Imagine dedicating 80% of your rent, your income month to satisfy a rent outright, and that's the federal poverty line. You make $1 more, you're not in poverty anymore. That doesn't really make any sense, right? Isn't that weird? It's kind of strange. Anyway. And finally, we help for-profit as well, too. So every year, Florida Power and Lights actually reach out to us, and they ask us to review the federal poverty level versus the ALICE level for their energy assistance program. So if they use, looking at some examples here, the individuals below, 150% of the federal poverty line versus the number of individuals within the ALICE threshold. They work across, I believe, 30 to 40 different counties. And after we did all the tabulations, made the comparison, we actually had an increase of 3.5 million more individuals who could be susceptible to their energy assistance programs, or 1.7 million households. Within Manatee County, that is a difference of 88,000 more people if we use the ALICE threshold instead of the federal poverty line. And for households, that's 51,000 more households. Now, the altruistic version is, oh my gosh, it's great that they want to know and help more people with their energy assistance program. But as a for-profit, one of the things that most businesses hate is uncertainty or risk. We are providing better forecasting at the number of households that may possibly need their energy assistance program, because nothing is worse than thinking you only need, I think it says 78,000, and you actually may need up to 167,000 within the next year. So we provide those comparisons free of charge to people to really show a stark understanding of what this kind of looks like, so they don't, undershoot their own projections and forecasting. Also, that kind of snip to the right there, it's only a portion of it. They have a north, south, east, west region, and it's like massive, but it's like the full scale of it. It's like a big Excel sheet. I love it. Most people don't like Excel, so. Going into the VITA tax prep service, yes, thank you, that Kevin topped up recently. This is also a QR code to scan in order to start an appointment. So yes, if you're making less than $96,000 a year, you can have everything tapped and prepared for. So that $240 is actually the average rate of tax prep services provided by some of the big firms if they go into them. So just eliminating that and keeping it in your pocket helps win some of that savings as well too. But yes, just leaving this here just in case people want to scan or at home or whoever, and also get a part of that access as well too. But I'm going to pause here for questions and conversations. Yes.
No? You have something?
I have a few comments. I'll attempt to keep them in the context of how we can help the situation as a school board and as a school district. But I think to really move these numbers, it's really going to take tax code changes, things that happen at the federal level. Some of these numbers are striking. I think another correct use of unprecedented in this context is income inequality, which has been steadily increasing for really decades. It has little blips, but it's tracking upward pretty dramatically. So I'm frustrated by certainly some things I'm seeing at the federal level. But to Heather's point, many of our employees fit in these parameters. So I think we need to be, when we do union negotiations, when we have an opportunity to help our employees economically, I think we should, as a board, take it within the means of our budget, of course. But as a priority in that budget, it should be our people. But fortunately, what we're going to do after this is one aspect of how we can help. Because if we want to see housing costs go down, we need to increase inventory of housing. Pretty simple economics 101. So I'm excited to get into, Aaron, I appreciate all this. I don't mean to push you aside. But I'm really excited to get into the next, because this is a concrete example of how we as a school board and a district can help alleviate some of these numbers for our people. And I do hope that you mentioned uncertainty and risk and how business owners don't like that. I think we're in a time of, maybe not unprecedented, but we're certainly in a time of uncertainty and risk for business owners and families because we're ducking and dodging things that we didn't even know were going to be around 3 days before or 5 days before. So, and I just want to finish with a shout out to, I cannot remember Phil's last name, but he used to work for United Way. Does anybody in the room remember Phil's last name? Because the first time I ever heard of Alice was back in 2014, 2015, and Phil used to come to every single school board meeting. No matter what was going on, he would sit in the front row, and I forget his title at United Way, but and Phil retired long ago. But I just want to express my appreciation to Phil because he was the first person that introduced me to all of these issues. So it really kind of opened my eyes to. I was always focused on my own personal finance situation, whereas wow, there's a lot of people out there who are way worse off than I am. Like I think I'm struggling to make ends meet, but my situation is nothing compared to some other individuals and families out here in the county. So somebody will text me Phil's name, I'm sure, but anyway, I just wanted to finish with that. So thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I was already very familiar with these numbers, which is why I asked for them to be presented to you. But it's very impactful to see them. I grew up in an Alice household, single mom, 3 kids, paycheck to paycheck. And my mom did everything she could to make sure we had all the experiences. She wanted to make sure I got my class ring in high school. I don't know what she didn't go with to enable me to have those things. So growing up in this experience as well has also impacted me and made me very aware of the needs of our families and our students. And we just heard attendance data, and these families that are going through this impacts our attendance data as well, because you've got kids who are working instead of going to school. I had a student who dropped out. He was always sleeping in class, and I'd kind of wake him up and get him to do an assignment, and then I'd let him sleep because he was working 2 jobs after school to help support his family. And finally, he said, "Miss, he says, I appreciate everything you've done, but I'm going to drop out because I need to help pay the bills." And so this also impacts our attendance data as well. It's just another layer. So I was very glad to see that we had that information, this information, and then the one-stop workforce all on the same day. That was a really nice tie-in to have all those together. And Aaron, I want to thank you very much for taking the time to present all of this and to bring it to the board.
Thank you guys for having me. And I mean, overall, that experience right there, every time we have this conversation or I make this presentation, I just see someone's eyes go and they go, this is it. This is what's been happening. I could never explain or put into words when I tell people I'm going paycheck to paycheck. I tell people, like, yes, I'm above the federal poverty line. I'm not qualified for SNAP assistance or income assistance or something like that, but something's not right. And this really kind of helps drive that forward. Or review your own life, growing up, et cetera. Really puts the effort and context of what people are doing to get here, or where they're at, what they're doing, and that's really great to hear.
Just to piggyback, I would say, what the things we can control. I do believe that you go back to a student having to drop out because they're having to work. Well, now there's virtual options and there's different things we can do, and hopefully we can obviously hopefully help that child to say, hey, there's still other ways to, because otherwise the cycle is going to continue, right? If you're dropping out because you need to help your family, and you're not getting education or certification, it's just that cycle is going to continue. Which brings me to my second point of what can we do. I say this all the time. I stole it from the guy over in Sebring. Options and opportunities, right? Like our plumbers and electricians and our construction workers that have certificates from MTC are making a heck of a lot more than $15 an hour. And those jobs are out there and they're needed. Drive right by Aaron Energy right here, and they're it never turns off that they're hiring people. So the options and opportunities are out there. I think it's for us as a board and education in general to tell our kids and our students that you don't have to go to college, and you don't have to just go work at Home Depot an hourly wage. And you have options in MTC, apprenticeships, pre-print. I mean, companies will pay for you to go to MTC. We've got to be able to make sure that we're telling our students everything that's out there, so that they can go get those opportunities, those jobs, to make more and do more for their families. So that's, I think, is the other thing for me. Look at this is like, how do we? I mean, there's a lot of people, especially in the construction world, that are looking for workers, looking for people. We have those means with MTC, one of the best, if not the best, technical college in the state of Florida, right here. And so we got to make sure our students know about those options and opportunities.
I'm just unrelenting in supporting good ideas with data. It's just what I do. We specifically have found a resource called Certificates of Value that actually tries to look at the technical degrees and what is the starting value up to a 5-year potential value of that degree or certification. It's a website that they're doing. It's another one that's not affiliated with the United Way Suncoast, but we're adding that in because we're also in partnership with Lead Tampa Bay, which is really big for workforce and other certificates of value as well too. So when we're really trying to communicate what does it mean to get a technical degree, a lot of times just flat out telling kids, here is your value profitability within that first 5-year period and how we can move forward from there. But yes, definitely opportunity and agreement, or just straight up just advocacy. You know what Alice is now, you know some of the information that comes with it, just know it, tell someone about it, and put that factor in, and we'll have it. But if you want to have that certificate of value conversation, please reach out to Kevin, because I don't have her email address. And get that going.
So the certificate of value then, are you done, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the certificate of value then, I think what I heard you say is you do an analysis and you say, if you get this job or this certificate in 5 years, this is your earning potential. Is that kind of what that shows, or what?
Yes, it's not done specifically through us. This is another third party that we just learned about. We're actually trying to connect with them to see if we can get closer. They do it on a national level. So I can't fully speak with expertise to that one like I can to Alice. But that is actually the range of what a certification or value that you get from this instance, given your state, will hopefully give.
I think that's a great piece of information.
Yeah.
I routinely read stories. I like to read the Wall Street Journal, and I remember one from a year ago. A young man went and got a theater degree from one of these Ivy League schools, master's degree in theater arts, paid $275,000 for his degree. Right, he's making like $35,000 a year as a stagehand, and I thought, oh man, he needs to look at a chart like this. I mean, you may want to do that, but hey, there's the reality of life too. Like I might have wanted to been a rock star when I was younger, but the chances of me, being a successful rock star are not good. So I went into the Air Force, and hey, guess what? That's a viable career.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of times it's about getting creative with kids when it comes to that conversation. I have a master's in social work. I was told at the social work school in my MSW I can expect a starting salary of $32K. We all laughed for about a good 30 minutes because I'm not going to survive on $32K with a master's degree coming back to Florida, especially at a school that charged me $40K a year to be there.
yeah, exactly.
That's not
Right.
the case. So in that first year survey, they came and asked me to give my current value and current salary. I sent it and put a note that said, stop telling kids to cap themselves. It is not a crime to want to survive. And now we know what that new threshold is. So if you're telling a kid you can make your expectations and set them low, what are we telling them? To not advocate for themselves or to move an industry? That's insane. So, especially for a master's degree. So I was in the cold. I was freezing to death. Anyway, it was in St. Louis. What was I doing there? But yes, that's kind of where it gets to.
Dr. Rosen, do you have any comments you want to make in this area?
No, sir, I appreciate your being here, your expertise, your data. You know that we love that, so thank you so much.
Mr. Chapman, do you have any comments you'd like to
No,
make in this area?
thank you.
I have just a few closing comments. Number one is in talking about unfunded mandates, and we've already had that discussion a little bit earlier, that's not something that we can change on this board, but we can advocate. I remember Ms. Sellers put together a presentation for me for the 2024-25 school year, and she showed, if I remember correctly, we had about $42 million in transportation, ESE costs, and mental health care that we were partially funded, right? It was about 50%, but there were $42 million of unfunded operational mandates, not on the capital side. This is operation. And that's money that we cannot use for salary and pay and benefits, right? Because the federal government and the state government is laying mandates upon us that we have to fund to the tune of tens of millions of dollars then those funds are not available for employee pay and benefits. The second point I wanted to make is although I'm not a fan, none of us are really a fan of taxes, so to speak. I think we'd all like to pay lower taxes. We do have a constitutional requirement in the state of Florida that says we will have a uniform, efficient, safe, high-quality, free public school system. Free is a debatable word, but the point is that the public doesn't have to directly pay for it. And if we're going to do that, we have to fund it, and we have to provide adequate pay and benefits to our employees and meet the mandates, as we just talked about. So that's why I've been in favor of the 1 mil operational tax, because it does fund a constitutional requirement within the state. It's not something extra that's nice to do. It's a Florida constitutional requirement, and we have to fund it. So if we're going to have it, we might as well fund it and fund it well. Make sure we have good pay and good benefits for our employees and good programs. And then finally, I like to tell stories. So I'll end with a quick story. I was at getting my oil change the other day, and a young man, his name, I won't use his real name, we'll call him Bob. Bob's like 23 years old. I get to talking to Bob. He's doing the oil change thing or whatever. I'm like, Bob, what do you want to do in life? He's like, I want to be a diesel mechanic. This was like back in October, right? So I said, Bob, I got Dr. Kirk's number, and the gentleman who works at, what's it called, Coastal, the workforce. Anyway,
Career Suncoast?
Yeah, Career Suncoast. I got that guy's card, and I got Jacob's email, and I sent Jacob an email. I sent Dr. Kirk an email, and I sent the guy down there, and I hooked them all up, right? So I go by there like 3 months later, and Jacob's still there. I'm like, Jacob, did you call anybody to go over to MTC? No, I didn't go over to MTC. I'm like, Jacob, I'm coming back here in a month. We will hire you on the spot, right? If you just go get your certificate. Another interesting point he made was that he said, well, a year ago I tried to do this up in Hillsborough County, and there was some school up there that was going to charge him like $50,000 or something for his his degree, and I think at MTC I heard it's like 5,000 or something like that. I said, and you can probably get some help with your financing through this other organization that we just talked about, right?
Pell Grant, yeah.
So, you know, I laid it out to him. So if you're like a mother or a grandfather or an older brother, older sister, put them in the car and drive them over to MTC and get them started. Because I think sometimes these younger people just need a little bit of motivation, a little kick in the derriere, as we say, to get them started. And I agree with you completely, Mr. Cho, that you know, we have so many opportunities. There's a young man at my church. I'll stop in a second, but it's just, you know, he's been there for like 3 years, and he lives on this would be good if we could do something out in the west side of town. He lives in the west side of town, and his excuse has been for 3 years, well, I haven't gone to MTC because I don't have transportation. I'm almost to the point where, look, I'll come and get you and take you there, or I'll pay for your Uber to get over there, but then he still has to get there. So having something in the western part of the county would be good. But the point is,
Working on it.
but
We're working on
there are so many opportunities out there. We just got to hook people up
Yeah.
and help them find. We just got to hook them up, connect the opportunity to the person, and I think that we're really do a lot to make this problem better. So,
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may.
yeah, please.
My God, I don't want to call him the godfather of Alice, but he's my godfather of Alice, was Phil Brown. So, Phil, wherever you are, we are still talking about this. It's still on our radar, and it's still an issue.
We
Got to keep pounding away.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Our United Ways of Florida, there's 27 of us, 28 of us for 67 counties. We are like the bastion of talking about Alice for the entire country. And so Phil is definitely, like you said, a godfather. He's definitely led the charge because Alice adoption is not standardized. States have to opt into it to get the reporting done. And so when we talk about it and its uses and who we talk to and why, they look to Florida first for conversations like these. So very much appreciative of this aspect.
Well, thank you, Mr. Neal. That was very informative. Are you done, Mr.?
I am, thank you. Yep.
Yeah, everybody. That was very informative. Thank you very much. I would be interested in getting that 5-year chart that you were talking about earlier, whatever that means. If you could send it maybe to Mr. Chapman and get it to all of us, that would be an interesting, just to go hand to my friend, my little young friend Bob, and go, Bob, like, here's a bunch of good jobs. If you don't want to do this for your rest of your life, change oil, which is a great startup job, you know.
Yep.
Don't get me wrong. Hey, go in there, learn business. Actually, there were 2 17-year-old kids there working at this oil place, and they've only got a few credits left in high school, and so they're over there working half the day. But yeah, I'd be interested in getting.
They're
that
probably
chart.
Alice, yeah.
What's that, please?
So they're probably Alice, yeah.
Well, but they're 17, right? You would expect it at that point. They're still living at home, but I mean
Surprised, yeah.
they're out there moving. You know, they're into the workforce and moving and moving up. So, but yeah, I'd be interested in getting that chart. I think I'd like to have that just to see how much jobs really do pay in our county. They're out there and they're available. Mr.
Just one
Kennedy.
quick suggestion. How about we have a board meeting at MTC?
You know, that's not a bad idea. I mean, we have a lot of logistics.
We
go on.
talk a lot about it and all the great benefits. Like,
Yeah.
let's just take the whole meeting over
Yeah,
there.
that's not a bad idea. Or at least a workshop maybe or something, you know, just to highlight it one time. So, okay, great idea. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Neal.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
And thank
Thank
you,
you.
Kevin, for getting this organized. Appreciate it, Mr. Chapman. All right, so we're about an hour in after our break or so we will continue on unless somebody needs a break. Anybody, Mr. Dye, need a break? Dr. Breslin, ladies over here, anybody need a quick break? All right, well, next up, we have one-stop workforce housing proposal. And Mr. Chapman, are you going to do the introductions again? That's what it says on my agenda, Mr. Chapman. You're supposed to do the introductions. So, got to follow the checklist, just like a good pilot. Follow the checklist.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Board. We are joined by 2 of our friends, one of which we know we both know, we know them both well, but Kathy Price is our Executive Director of our Manatee Education Foundation and a good friend. And if the public is wondering why she's here, we'll as we get into this proposal and this idea, you'll understand a little bit more about why maybe the Manatee Education Foundation is involved. And then a good friend of not only the school district, but really of this area, this community, is Mark Van Groff of One Stop Housing. And if you just Google him or One Stop Housing, you'll see some really amazing projects that have been built and are being built around this area to really help the workforce in this area and some real creative ways to do that. And Mark is an expert of that, and so we're pleased to have him here to present, an idea and proposal that could really help our workforce. So leave it now to our two friends here. And Mark, we're glad to have you.
Great. Well, thank you. My name is Mark Bengroff. I'm the managing partner for One Stop Housing. I really appreciate the invite and participating today, so thank you for going through that. I know most of you, but for those of you who are not familiar with One Stop Housing, we've been around for about 40 years, started by my father, Harvey Bengroff, who had a belief in that if you work, you deserve a clean, safe, and affordable roof over your head, and therefore we're carrying forward his mission today. We have over 4,000 units. The portfolio continues to grow. We have about 800 units under construction and about 1,100 units right behind that, all focused 100% in the state of Florida. And one of the ways we're not a LIHTC builder or tax credit builder, and then for those that's usually taking taxpayer funds to put into the development to basically, excuse the term, I guess for the developer to become rich and end up having subsidized housing for the residents, which end up being Section 8 or housing vouchers. And there is a need for that, but there's a huge need for our true workforce, which are staff and a lot of times first-year teachers and so forth. And there's this, as you saw, and United Way is a great organization. We're actually working with them, so I'm excited about that. But there's a huge need there for the housing. And the way we do that is get around all of this is that we bring it all in-house. So we're the full development team, the construction team, the property management team, and then we have wraparound services just to keep people from preventing homelessness. And currently the average build is it's well below 20% of market, so we're building beautiful luxury multifamily apartments, a lot of times mixed use with restaurants or retail on the bottom and housing above. But we're actually getting, on average, is about closer to 40% below market. So can you imagine if we can build 40% below market with block and steel, what does that do? You just pay it forward and keep your rents lower. And hence you end up with a beautiful apartment complex with lower rents that people can actually afford to live and put money away for a rainy day. And the way we're doing that within the construction is we're the licensed general contractor, the licensed plumber, the licensed electrician, the licensed roofer. Even our maintenance people have the trades for heating and air repair and refrigeration repair. So it basically is a way of paying it forward. And it does do a lot of little startups through an incubator for helping those to fund smaller businesses that can come back and give us the friends and family discount by providing those services to us, like pool cleaning and tree cutting services and so forth. We made our services available to other philanthropic mission-driven organizations like United Way, and we are working with some of the other school districts in a lot of different ways. The one that I think is probably with a really good example here is with the DeSoto County School District. They have obviously a real shortage of housing because everything is income restricted. So everyone in the DeSoto County School District earns too much to afford to qualify to live, but they don't make enough to live in the market rate. Plus, there really is no market rate. So we're developing something very similar to what we're proposing today with them, and I'll kind of go into that a little bit. About 2 years ago, it's fast how time flies. We did a survey.
Has it been 2 years?
Close.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez. Okay.
I know.
Anyway, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So we did a survey, and this is done by the Manatee County School District. We had about, what I thought there was a couple of points in here. 31% of the employees were cost burden, meaning they're spending 30% or more of their salaries, and as we know that. And then the part that I thought was very interesting were the two bullet points from the bottom, or third bullet from the bottom. 56% of the respondents are interested in living in a studio, and 98% of the respondents are interested in having one or more children or seeking a one-bedroom or more. And that basically speaks that if they do have housing today, they're probably cramped and can really use more space. And so that lends itself to not only affordability, but to a truly attractive apartment that can give people more room to fit their family, I think would be really a great retention and recruitment tool for the school district. There is a parcel that we explored, and we're not sold or stuck on this particular parcel, but there's 2501 63rd Avenue East in Bradenton. The parcel is almost 5 acres. And when we look, if we can file through Live Local Act, which is a new act passed about 2 years ago on the state level, that would give us approximately 132 units that we'd be able to build on density. And we still need to go through the zoning and everything else to flesh all this out. But we're suggesting 122 units. Filing through Live Local is basically what we feel that it would fit, would give you a lot of green space and make the property look really nice. We did do a very conceptual site plan, which I have in the packet here. And basically, it would be 2 4-story buildings, about 66 units each, with a mix. And those units would be tailored based on a more updated survey that we would recommend to know what kind of size requirements would be needed, whether studios, what type, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedroom units, what type of amenities would be required. From the last survey, the items that were, I guess, were the hot buttons were a clubhouse with a small kitchen, a barbecue and picnic area, dog walking park, business center, and a gym or fitness center. It's one of those things that people always want, but they never use. So I'm speaking about myself. So there's a lot of different ways to structure this, and one of the ways that we're recommending, I guess, after a lot of discussion, would be that if the district would be able to grant the land to the Manatee Education Foundation, which is why Kathy's here and she'll speak to that, we could set a priority agreement basically allowing setting 100% of those units would be designated to the school district employees or any other designated group. So if the school district fulfilled the 122 units, which that would be amazing. But if there was still availability, which I don't think would be probably the case, but if there was, you could designate maybe first responders or hometown heroes or whatever it may be that you'd want to designate that to, and then that could fall into the stack. The nice thing about this is these properties, they generate cash flow. So, by developing them, keeping the rents affordable, they still generate cash flow. And a portion of that cash flow would roll right back through to the Education Foundation that can then use those funds for school district programs, and they're unrestricted. And that could be part through some type of LORA or land use restriction agreement tied to the granting of the land. That land has to be set for a priority for the teachers and so forth, or staff, and then those funds could be used for various programs that are agreed upon. And with that, maybe I'll turn it to you real quick.
Sure. The Manatee Education Foundation is excited to partner with this initiative. It aligns nicely with our mission, which is to provide innovative programs for teachers and students, and that is exactly what this is. I did bring this up with our executive committee, and we have the blessing to entertain this further. Of course, it would have to go before our board, and our board would need to, we'd have to get into the weeds with the details, but we are excited about the project. And just speaking as a prior principal, I can relate to all of the previous, the Alice situation, and having offered many teachers a position to come move down, especially young, starting out. They'd accept the offer, and then they would have to decline because they couldn't afford rent. So this would be, I think, a win-win for not only our teachers, our students, because a lot of our teachers are families, right? So, and then and any money generated from this would just go back into supporting teachers and students, which is what the mission of our foundation is all about. So, thank you.
The structure that we would propose here is that One-stop housing would be the developer, we'd construct and property manage, because obviously the school district does not want to be in the property management business. And that we would be taking, as a developer, I think that it's only right that we basically be putting in all the completion guarantees, because the only risk on the land typically during a build is during the construction. Once it's been constructed, the value of the building and the land go up quite a bit, and therefore it gives you a lot of other options. But during that construction period is really where the risk is. And so we would basically be taking on the completion guarantees. We would not, and by granting the land through the Education Foundation and with us forming a new co that would then have one-stop housing, have be the manager of that entity, we would then be taking 100% of the liability and the risk throughout the during the development and during the completion, and being responsible for executing on the leasing, all the leasing options and the day-to-day management and so forth. So there would be no financial risk to the school district, which I think is really key, because also part of what we were looking to do is we would take a look at the salaries, and we'd make sure that the rents are never more than 30% above those gross income. We would try to target to some type of AMI brackets, and we can work that through, but we obviously have to finalize the development a little bit more. And then after doing a resurvey, we basically build out the amenities and unit size depending on that survey, and that would be through a collaborative with the Education Foundation and the district to make sure that we set that properly. And then school district obviously having final sign off on building design and elevations and so forth to make sure it's in keeping with the way you think it should be. So basically, that's the concept. I think today, really what we would be looking for is to seeking the approval to proceed with the due diligence. There's a lot of work, both from engineering and civil, that we would need to do, environmental and so forth on the land to make sure it's truly buildable, assuming that was the plot. And then we'd be able to put together a more formalized plan. But this is very conceptual. But before we went out and started spending dollars and really getting engaged, we wanted to make sure this was the right direction.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for coming back. When this was approached and Sharon originally approached it with EDC and had the first meeting, 2 years ago now, right? This is something that I was really excited about. And I think as a board we were, and I think we probably still are. I think it's something that's definitely needed for our staff. I think when we've talked about this for years, we're opening up new schools, elementary schools, a high school soon, obviously the K-8, et cetera. You know, the question has always been where are we going to get teachers? And then when we do find them, how are they going to live here? And so I think this is a huge step in the right direction to have the place there. I think the discussion has always been like, we don't want to be in the property management business for sure. We do have the land and we have the need from our staff, but we don't want to be the ones managing this. So I think this all works out extremely well. I would like to see, this is now our second presentation. This is now, I mean, for me personally, probably 3 or 4 times to different superintendents and different things like that talking. I'm ready to move forward with this. And I don't know if, obviously, we'd go to legal to say, I don't know if we need an actual vote and approval to then move forward. I don't know if we can just do a consensus that we're talking right here to say, hey, let's move forward, or we actually need a vote to say, let's do something. But I'm absolutely ready to move forward, to move into more of a some kind of arrangement, whether it be a letter of engagement or something that says that we're going to look at some more of the details, because we've kind of sat here and done this deal a couple times, and so I'm ready to move forward. And I think from the 30% of salaries, I think would be great is, and you mentioned it, Mark, that we do another survey eventually later on that would say, hey, because paras, 30% of a para is different than 30% of a teacher.
Sure.
So all those things, I think if in order to attract the best teachers, we talk about this all the time, retain the best teachers, attract the best teachers and staff and paras, etc. This is just another notch on our belt that we can say, look, this is what we have for you if you come to Manatee County. And not everybody has this, right? So I'm all in favor. I'll let everybody else talk. I know you two haven't talked as a board member specifically about this. I know we have. So and I thought was part of some of the weight too was we had new board members come on. And so, yeah, but I'm all in, ready to go.
And Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, if it would be helpful, Mr. Dye can share legally how it would look if we were to move forward in a partnership. I don't know if you all want to speak first or listen to Mr. Dye first. However, you all want to play it, Mr.
Sure. I was going to ask questions too anyway. So.
That's what I figured. I figured you would have questions. Yes.
Please expound upon the situation, sir.
Well, thank you, Vice Chair, Superintendent. So yeah, this was sort of set aside because it was coming together right at the time of an election. So now it's restarted again. And there's been some statutory changes, actually in the last 2 years, that made it clearer that school districts could utilize their land for affordable housing without it being surplused, technically surplused first, and then the lawyers get concerned when you do that because you have to offer it to charter schools and things like that. But I think the legislature cleared that up, that if you go the affordable housing route on some of your property that's not being utilized for school purposes, it doesn't trigger the charter school issue. The structure, I'm not sure that your lawyers are in agreement that the foundation is the right structure to move forward. What the law seems to be is that it's using the district's land for the affordable housing for its staff. And if you throw in that you're transferring it to this entity, this separate legal entity, there may be problems with that. So, but we would look into that. Because there is a path.
Would a lease to the Education Foundation, so we still retain the land, be a workaround?
So it might actually just be a lease, long-term lease, with a term based on the life of the building.
Okay.
Which is usually around 50 to 75 years or something like that.
That might be a solution.
That it might even be a direct lease to the development entity.
Okay.
But once we get some feedback from the board, we can focus on that.
Okay.
And you can't make a decision today. Today's just to discuss it and ask questions and give some input. And then it would have to go to a regular meeting for.
Sure.
So this is my first go around with this since I didn't get on the board until after your presentation. You've already heard me talk about the ALICE stuff. You know how I feel about making sure that our staff are able to survive and be able to live in a decent home and take care of their kids. And I know teachers who are living with friends because they can't afford their own place. They have to roommate with somebody, and they both have kids. So you've got these two families trying to function together. So any opportunity that we have to be able to help the people who work in this district, and we're at almost 7,000 employees, I think, at this point.
7,030.
7,030.
We're over 7,000.
We're over 7,000 now. Okay, 7,030 employees in this district, and they deserve to have their ends meet. So, I am all in favor of getting this on our agenda for the board meeting and being able to formally vote on it to go ahead and proceed with whatever it is you guys need to do.
Mark, I feel like this is my fourth time going around with this between this term and my previous service on the board. And I want to thank you and One Stop Housing for your patience and your continued commitment. You've never lost sight of this project over all that time. And here we are finally at, I don't want to say the finish line, but at least we're heading toward an action item, which our staff and attorneys can start working on. Just for the benefit of the public, I'll spend a little bit of time on the agreement and then what you do. I think for folks in Manatee County, the project that they probably don't know it's One Stop Housing, but is Robbins Apartments on First Street and about 23rd, 24th Avenue, which many people around Manatee County know. Project supported by the Manatee County Commission. And how many units are there right now?
It's 240 and 240 apartments. Right next to it, we're building 182, which is called The Nest, which is opening in May 1st.
Okay. And then the best taco restaurant in all of Manatee County is also on the property.
Yeah. it's very good.
Quick shout out for the spot.
It's delicious.
Tacos.
Thank you.
And I believe you've set aside 40 of those units for school district employees.
Yes, we put 40 units we set aside on a priority basis for the school district employees.
So he shared a flyer where we can advertise that opportunity.
Excellent. And Mark, you committed to that long ago, and I'm glad to see that commitment came through. And again, for the general public, essentially the deal is that the school board contributes to the property. One Stop Housing builds and manages the day-to-day, and the profits of the operation then go to the Manatee Education Foundation, which then supports the school district. So that's kind of the...
It's close, yeah, very much so. So we're going to have, in order to make the capital work, this capital stack work, there'll be, land is always considered an asset, whether it's leased or provided, and that becomes the Education Foundation's asset contribution into the development. We do put outside capital in as a cash investment, which they need to generate a certain return. Very modest, though, not typical. And we go out and get debt from bank debt, traditional, never highly leveraged. We tend to keep it somewhere below around 50% loan to cost. So it's not very leveraged, and it can sustain the long-term sustainability. We then take the contribution and based on its available cash flow, after setting aside for the proper reserves, so we can continue to replace the roofs and all the water heaters and you name it. Then that cash then gets distributed. A portion of it would get distributed back to the Education Foundation, and then a portion would go back to the investors that have come into the cash investment. But in that combination, we play around with that, but it's definitely full transparency. And when we figure out what is that performer that needs to make the whole model work. But yeah, and there's a lot of ways to do this too. I think as the attorney Dye had mentioned, if the lease can't go, if it needs to go through a land lease and it's preferred to go through the development, that's okay. Then to the new code directly, that's okay. Because what we'll do then is part of our agreement is that provide that portion of those funds would then go through back in the form of that through the Education Foundation in order to create the same mandate. So there's a lot of ways we can be very flexible in the way we structure that. But I think it's a district that's going to need to tell us how you want to structure it, and we'll figure out how to make it work.
Good. Thanks, Mark. I did oversimplify, so I appreciate that.
No, that's very great.
The distinction there. We are an investor, and our share of the investment proceeds will flow through.
Without the risk.
Another important distinction. Yes. Okay. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm glad we're on the precipice of an action item here. And this kind of reminds me of that proverb about planting a tree. The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Best time for this project was like 5-10 years ago, but
Okay.
if not then, how about now? So anyway,
Build
but thank
fast.
you, Mr. Tatum.
Hello. Good afternoon. That was really very informative. I'm not necessarily opposed to this. The devil's always in the details, right? So I just have a few questions. So I am interested. I think I heard you say earlier in the presentation, it says on one of the slides that you're average construction costs are about 20% lower than other construction companies, but I heard you actually say 40.
40. Yeah, we're actually 38% below the average market. But I put 20 on the slide because I have a feeling that the school district is going to have very expensive taste.
Yeah, okay.
So I put 20%, but you know our target's always 40, and we get very close to it. And in fact, throughout our history, in the last 8 years, even during COVID, we only had a cost overrun on our development of I think it was 2%, and that was during COVID. Otherwise, we're always on time, on budget, because it's it just has become a very well-run, oiled machine.
Well, that's good. And so you're able to make those savings by having in-house contractors, basically? Is that kind of where
Yeah,
most
when
of that
you,
savings comes from? Or?
Typical development costs are about 8 to 12%, 8%, but development costs, which is your civil engineering, architectural, and so forth, and all the studies, those typically run you about 8%. In a typical market. A tax credit, they end up being 12% because the government incentivizes to spend more for because they want the developer to be around. And then we've actually been able to get it down anywhere between 3 to 5% just on the development side, and that's substantial. That's your total cost. And then on the hard construction cost, because we took out all the middlemen, being the expensive items, the plumbing, the electric, we're the licensed plumber, we're the licensed roofers, and so forth. And by doing all those things in-house, we've been able to streamline our costs and create an efficiency. We also build our studio 1 and 2 bedrooms, all the kitchens and the bathrooms are identical. So, and we're building at about 800 to 1,100 at a time. So as you can imagine, our cost efficiencies in our purchasing is truly second to none. So we're able to create this economies of scale and build beautiful apartments with really nice finishes. And as a result, we just pay it forward because we take a small margin and pay it forward by keeping the costs low. And as a lower cost of construction, lower cost allows you to charge less rent and still have enough cash flow to maintain a beautiful property.
So why do you think that other construction companies, for instance, the people who build our schools, why don't they use a similar model that you're using?
You're going to put me on the spot?
Yeah, because it matters. It's taxpayer money, right? Like I hear this and I think, well, why aren't school companies that are building schools? And there's probably a reason. It's a bigger project. They couldn't hire enough in-house contractors, but I'll let you expound on that.
By building out all the verticals, we've created this economy and efficiency of scale. So most development construction, they're doing one project and not necessarily similar. So that's one. So we've been able to build the economies of scale through this build out of the verticals. The real reason is if you have a lot of capital that you can deploy and put to risk, you're going to go to market rate because those developers are going to have a much higher margin and you get a higher return on your investment. Then if you don't have as much capital to invest, and that's when you can go into the affordable housing, which is all tax credit and tax-exempt bonds, a lot of government regulations, but the federal dollars come through and you're not putting your own money at risk, but the margins are very, very good there too. So you're either going to go into the lower end of the market, or you're going to go into the higher end of the market. But no one's going into this missing middle because they can't make the numbers work because they haven't built out all the verticals. And you really have to be 100% focused and dedicated into this market specifically for our workforce to make the numbers work. And that's all we do. We don't build market rate apartments and we're not building affordable, we're building workforce. And because of that, I believe we're the only ones in the space.
Well, thank you for that. I don't want to go too far down a rabbit hole, but I do wonder sometimes if you can do it because to me, a school is very similar to an apartment building in the sense that all the rooms are the same. They're exactly the same, you know. And it'd be interesting to get a briefing from the construction companies about why they can't do what you're doing. I'm sure there are reasons, but anyway. Okay, moving on out of the rabbit hole, on to back to the subject at hand. And this may be for you, Dr. Breslin.
Yes, sir.
We have 7,030 employees, apparently, as you just stated. So And apparently, I did my math, 2 times 166, I did that here, that's 132 employees. So I'm all for, I mean, we should do something. I know we can't do something for everybody, but how will we choose people, by lottery, or like what will be the, like, here, so Mrs. Jones is in classroom A, and she gets one of these apartments. Mr. Smith is in classroom B, and he doesn't get one.
Right.
How are we going to deal with that?
It doesn't flow through, if the board chooses to enter into an agreement, it wouldn't flow through us through the process. There would be a spot to go where they would apply, and then I don't know if it's a lottery system or first come, first serve. I would have to
Okay,
refer
Mark,
to.
how's that going to work?
Well, we spoke with a number of different attorneys around the HR and how to do this properly. We're building a workforce housing development for 8 employers, just mid-market employers that are trying to do something similar to recruit and retain their talent. And we're doing one for artist community as well, for the performing arts, for the various performing arts where they want to retain and recruit their talent. And so the whole selection process is the same question. So there's a number of ways to do it. You either set aside a certain job function or classification, and then that's really who you're marketing this to, so that way we can make sure that the rents are truly affordable for them. And then all of the applicants come to our property manager, and we do the screening. We're doing the final assessment and approval of the applicant. And then that way the risk is on us, and the prioritization basically is first in for us. And as long as they're employed by the school district, then they're provided the access to the apartment, assuming that all the other qualifications meet. We don't do we do background checks, but we don't do credit checks or anything like that. So it really is, it's a pretty easy pathway forward. And confirming employment, being that you referred them in, that's a pretty easy path. And then, so that's basically how we do it. But I would recommend when the point comes to, we work with a really good law firm that has an HR expertise. They've advised us on these other engagements, and as well as our partners on these other engagements on how to go about that. And if that was something you're interested in, that would definitely be something.
So have you, because I could see situations like I don't know who we designate. Let's say we just do it for teachers, and then parents say, "Well, I make half as much as a teacher. How come I don't have this opportunity?"
Yeah.
So what kind of consternation have you seen? I mean, has this problem come up where it causes strife amongst employees, like this isn't fair because you get this great benefit and I don't, or doesn't seem to be an issue, or what's been your experience around that problem?
It's great. These are great questions. So I appreciate that. We found that if you go to a lottery system, it becomes a lot easier when you have the number of employees versus the number of available apartments. When it's that great of a disparity, seems the lottery is the way to go. But I would want to defer back, and I think the survey would also help to determine if there's a different strategy there. But just from what I know today, it sounds like the lottery would be a really easy way to go.
That would seem like to be the most fair way of doing it, rather than trying to designate it for teachers or paras. You'd like to make a comment there, Ms. Helton? Go ahead. I think that's what that means, right?
Yeah, I was making sure you're done.
No. Well, I'm not, but go ahead.
But no. Well, I'll wait. When you're done,
Okay.
I have a question.
And if is it around that particular topic right there, though?
Well, some of it is, yeah.
Oh, well, I'll finish up here real quick, if you don't mind. Mr. Dye, are there, or maybe Dr. Breslin too, other uses for this land? I think in the last discussion we had, it's a very small parcel. We don't need it for extra administrative buildings or anything like that.
Right, we don't have any planned use. It would need to be cleared and developed, which would be done by One Stop Housing. We don't have any plans at this time to develop that land.
Okay. And then, Mark, is your company for-profit or not-for-profit?
We have a for-profit. It is a for-profit company, and we have a non-profit arm that does the wraparound. But we're a for-profit.
What is the wraparound? What does that mean?
One Stop Cares. It's a 501c3 that provides that prevents homelessness before it happens. So basically, we find that a lot of our residents in our units, they hit a roadblock, they either lose employment, food insecurities, could be clothing, it could be rental assistance, medical services, whatever it may be. And then they provide a lot of coaching to financials to help them learn how to save or open savings accounts. And a lot of them end up getting a nice pathway to home ownership. And actually about 1 to 4 families within our communities end up moving out every month to actually buy their own home because they saved enough money on the rent, which is really cool.
Yeah.
So that's what they do. They provide those services and coordinate the services with a lot of other really good organizations like United Way to help bring in those services that they may not be aware of. And if someone lost their job at the school district and they're living here, that's when one-stop cares would come in. That would help them transition. So at the end of their lease, that unit becomes available. They get a non-renewal. We'll help transition that family into another apartment somewhere else off-site of this particular complex.
Okay.
And so things like that is where they come in.
Great. And I'm not against companies that are for-profit. I'm a capitalist. I believe in the American economic system. And the fact that you guys can apparently make money for 20 to 40% less than maybe the average construction cost, and that you run a nonprofit arm that helps people within this realm or this industry. I just think that's a beautiful model. So good for you. Maybe you explained it one time and I wasn't paying enough attention, or I didn't follow it well enough. How does the school district get some money back to us? How is that going to work again? Would you explain that again,
The
please?
concept that we're proposing, and we're open, but the concept we're proposing is the land has value. And basically the land, then we convert that into similar to what the equity investment would be in the land. So it would generate a return on that investment. That return would go through the education foundation. So the education foundation can then redeploy those funds for various programs that this school district would like to see unrestricted.
So I'm trying to understand how that process is going to work, just because I'm curious. So you're going to go out and try and get some investors to invest in your project. You said the land has value, but like the project has value.
Yes.
And so then those investors will invest, and after people start paying their rent, and you have your costs, and then there's a margin above the costs.
Yep.
And so the investors will get some money back, and the school system will get some money back through the Manatee Education Foundation.
Correct.
And that will be true whether it's a lease or whether we just deeded the property
Correct.
to. That would work
Yeah,
that way.
it
Okay.
all works the same. It's just how does that capital, how does the cash flow, how does that flow back into various programs is the part that we would need to work through with the attorney.
With the whole national conversation about affordable housing, why do you think that your model is not more prevalent or more widespread? Because I mean, what you're telling us is, well, it sounds like this works, right? But
It
go
does,
ahead. I'm
yeah.
just curious. Why do you think it's not more widespread?
I think because we believe that our investors that have come alongside the family. I did very well in life with some businesses, and my father did very well. And so we basically just believe that we're running a for-profit business with very modest margins. Now, could we charge more? Absolutely. We could definitely charge more rent. I know our rents are well below 30% below market easily. But we don't, because we're trying to fulfill a philanthropic, mission-driven initiative at the same time. And so I think, I really think it's all about profit-driven. And so we're not as profit-driven, we're more mission-driven, even though we're a for-profit. And I think that's why you don't see so many out there, because it takes a lot of energy and there's a lot of capital that goes to risk. So no one wants to risk their capital with a modest return. If you're going to risk your capital, you want a bigger return. And that's why I really believe we're probably the only ones out there.
So who invests with you then? I mean, I'm just curious, where do your investments typically?
We have about 40 to 42 families. They're all high net worth. They're all local high net worth families that want to put some money into doing some good. So they put some capital in alongside ours. And then they get a modest return, but they feel good about the return and that they're doing something worthwhile. So, it's better than leaving it in the bank. And you're getting a decent, modest return, and you're generating some good at the same time. That's kind of those families that they're out there. There's really good people out there that want to do that, and so that's what we've aligned ourselves with. We've also aligned ourselves with a number of foundations for impact investments that are now coming to us, and they're providing us capital for a modest return, a low interest loan that they're then getting the funds back, and then when we refinance the property, they end up getting all the capital back and they redeploy it on another. There's some really good organizations out there that we partnered with that are running alongside us as well to kind of make up for when the other 40 families can't step up alongside us. So
It's a very encouraging story.
yeah, it's pretty cool.
I'm actually going to take a history moment here. So some people know that a guy named Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, right? And that's like the capitalist Bible, right? And people look at that and they say, that's just the Bible of greed, the greedy capitalist out there getting money, right? But before he wrote The Wealth of Nations, he wrote a book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments. And in that book, he basically said that human beings seem to have this general desire to help their fellow human beings, right? So when you combine the theory of moral sentiments with a capitalist model, you get something like you're talking about. And I just think, that's a beautiful story. It makes my day to hear something like that. Like here is something within the capitalist system that really is working and helping those who are less fortunate in our society. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you have one of my coins? Do you have one of my coins? I don't think.
Oh.
Today you get one because you're being people's wingman, and
Cool.
it's a beautiful thing. So thank you for allowing me to. I'm just very encouraged. I can be excited about that. Probably the most excited I've been in a school board meeting in, I don't know, 3 years or something.
Me too.
Also happens to be the first one he's chaired, so I don't
That's
know.
right. So it's all happening. Today's the day I go home and have something to talk about with my wife around the dinner table. Guess what happened today at the school board meeting? Okay, Mr. Dye, legal liabilities here. You mentioned that if we deeded it to the MEF, there might be some issues there. But what I don't want to get us into is, let's say that there's some type of chemical on the water or there's some pollution there 10 years down the road. What's our liability about being sued for health issues or cancer carcinogens or things like that? Are you concerned about any of that kind of stuff? Or?
Well, once we get underway, those kind of things would be tested for
Okay.
in the normal due process, or due diligence. The structure can be done to minimize any kind of risk. The risk would mainly be with the landlord.
Okay.
The keeping title in the district, rather than actually transferring title to the foundation, will keep the sovereign immunity protections in place.
Okay.
So we would look at all that before we bring back something for the board's final action.
Okay. So you're not concerned about any kind of excessive liabilities or things of that nature? Is that
Not overly. I mean, I think that can be structured
okay?
to minimize it.
There's always stuff out there, but
Yeah, I mean, life is full of risk.
yeah. Right. But that's an interesting point about the sovereign immunity. Basically, if someone would, I don't know what, sue us for carcinogens or something like that, the sovereign immunity caps would apply to those type of situations?
Yes.
Or, yeah. Okay. So we're not going to have $10 million settlements or stuff like that?
Yeah, and I don't think the foundation has sovereign immunity, so it's a private organization.
That's an interesting
It's
point.
another reason why we're talking about structuring it in a long-term lease directly from the school board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And then do you think that just a general sentiment from the board is enough to at least get the process moving forward? And Mr. Choate wanted to know if we need a vote or not. So,
Yeah, we can't vote at a workshop, but
right.
the next step would be for the staff and lawyers and the developer to have some private meetings and start putting together an agreement to bring back to the board.
Okay. I'll make one last comment, and I'll get to you, Ms. Felton, because I know you had your hand up. Is that I'm somewhat hesitant to use government property for for-profit organizations, but I've thought through this pretty well, and I don't see us using government property for them. Basically, you know, what we have are resources, and we can use our resources to improve our pay and benefits for our employees, right? And so, to me, I mean, you can take money out of a bank account and you can pay them more, or this is a resource that we have. This is this land, and we could use it for the benefit of our employees. And so I think it's a good use of our property and our resources. I don't see it as as kind of a giveaway to a private organization. I see us as using resources within the school system. We could either pull money out of a bank account and just increase salaries, or we can do something like this, which is still using our resources to essentially help our employees with having a more affordable lifestyle within the community. So I give it the thumbs up. And Ms. Felton, you're up.
Okay, so I was going to ask about what happens if they lose their job, so I'm glad you covered that. So that's one thing I don't have to ask. Another thing I was asking about, going to ask about is based on when it comes to a lottery, based on what your surveys say later, looking at the number of people who would be interested, looking at the type of apartments being built, I think would really kind of help whittle that down. If you have, 47 people looking for a one-bedroom studio because they live by themselves, they don't need a two-bedroom, then, that's going to be less people, vying for the bigger apartments. And so really they can always take all those things into account as well. Because if you've got 20 apartments that are 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom and you've got 18 people who want them, yay, everybody's a winner. And it just kind of, and I think that would be really the best, obviously the best way to look at that based on what the needs are and what spaces they want, and then go from there. So you're not just throwing all applicants into one pot and saying, well, you're going to get a 2-bedroom even though there's one of you, and you're going to get the studio even though you have 2 kids. So that also will be another way to help balance that out as well. Otherwise, I was just going to say that as I've already said, really, that this is a great project, and I'm looking forward to seeing it come for us for a board meeting. And that was it.
Mr. Kennedy, you have further comments?
Two quick finishing thoughts. One thing we did not talk about, we mentioned the location, but just so everybody knows who may be listening or listen later, this 5 acres is right behind the PSC on 63rd Avenue and 301. So we're doing a lot of detail-oriented stuff and thinking down the road in the project. But, I mean, for the board, just imagine, a person who works at the PSC or works at Daughtry Elementary could potentially walk, well, the PSC could definitely walk to work, but at Daughtry, you could, Canaan, Able, Braden River High, you're right down State Route 70. Yeah, it's just so close to where so many of our employees work, and so I want to make sure we're on that. And for the, one of the last times we had this conversation, there was some negative feedback on the project because even people within the district were characterizing this as it's the company store is opening, and then they're going to charge us rent, and this is just another choice in the market, in the housing market. So this is not for you. That's okay, but there's going to be a lot of people in this district that this does fit their budget and what they're looking for, and as long as we're looking this far down the road, I'm going to keep looking farther down. I hope this is just the start. Obviously, let's get this project done and open and up and running, but we have 7,000 people, and I'm sure way more than 120 families could use an affordable place to live. So, thanks, Mark. And Mr. Tatum, I'm glad you dug in to that kind of mission-driven, why doesn't everybody do this? Yeah. Is because there's not a lot of companies like One Stop that are trying to give back to the community and make a little bit of money at the same time. Yeah. So and construction companies that build schools, they don't want to run apartment buildings. They do what they do and they do it well. Yeah. And so maybe this will lead more players to get into this market who have a heart for people but also want to run a business. So this, to me, it's always been a win-win. I'm just glad we're finally here. So,
Mr. Choate, anything else? I do have one more question for Mr. Dye, just so I understand one of the legal issues, which is not an issue for me in the sense of I wouldn't stop things going forward. But you suggested that maybe we'll want to do a lease, we will want to do a lease instead of deeding the property, because if we deed the property, then we have to declare it surplus, and then that might open it up to other uses, or that would give charter schools first dibs on the land. Did I hear you say that correctly?
That's a concern we're going to look into.
Okay, but you
But
said there was some, what were the recent, if you know them, legislative changes that allowed us to use our property for, or gave us more ability to use our property for affordable housing?
Yep, there's a section of the school code right on affordable housing, in school districts being able to develop affordable housing. I can't cite it offhand, but I'll send it to you. It's quite short and sweet. And Mr. Penley has had some experience in his previous job with doing projects similar to this, and we want to leverage that as well.
Okay.
But the way I read the statute, it doesn't envision transferring school property to another entity and then developing the affordable housing. It's really written more like authorizing the districts to do it themselves, to develop affordable housing on their property.
Okay. And you mentioned at the beginning of your comments that you and Mr. Penley might have a slightly different opinion on certain aspects of this. Is that basically where, does he feel like we might be able to deed it and you feel like we should lease it, or what were your, I know he's not here, I wish he could speak for himself, but what is?
We've had some conversation, but the project that he worked on was a long-term lease, I believe.
Long-term lease.
So that's
Okay.
kind of what he favors doing again.
But it sounds like you favor that too necessarily, because,
It's the way I'm reading the statute, so yes, that's how I feel.
but what was, you said at the beginning of your comments, the two of you had a little difference of opinion on something.
No, we didn't.
I thought he
Oh.
said that we're in agreement. I think he said.
Oh,
that
he said you were in agreement. Okay,
Yeah.
great. That's good then.
They're so far away, it's hard to hear them.
That's right. Dr. Breslin, anything you wanted
Yes,
to
sir.
add to the conversation?
I mean, I hear overwhelmingly that you all are interested in moving forward in discussions with legal, so we will work with Mr. Penley, Mr. Dye, One Stop Housing, and the Manatee Education Foundation, and we're going to try to move quickly here, get something in front of you all for your consideration, because it sounds like this is a very positive move for the board.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Vergroff, Ms. Price, it's good to see you. Any final comments from you?
No, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for staying warm with us.
Yeah, okay. Okay, board, so we are about 3.5 hours in now. We have a choice here. We could keep going to the FLEHT workshop. We could take a break, or there's lunch too. So we have, keep going, take a break for 5 or 10 minutes for bathroom, or have a half an hour lunch break. What?
I say just 5-minute
Five
bathroom
minutes.
break. They're here, let them
here.
present.
Yeah, that'll allow them to set up, and then,
Yeah.
All right, then let's
that's great.
we'll say 5, but really be back at 10. Okay?
I'll be back in 5.
And don't forget,
Okay, so we are back. If you're just joining us, if you took a commercial break and now you're coming back, we are having a workshop here at the Manatee County School Board on the 3rd of February, 2026. We are at the last item on our agenda today, and that would be a workshop on healthcare in our system here. So let's see, Ms. Sellers, it says on my agenda that you're kind of the head honcho on this one. Would you like to make some introductions, or who will be speaking primarily today?
Yes,
Okay, it's gonna be-
Dr. Britton, our
Okay,
Executive
Dr.
Director of
Britton.
HR, sir, will be able
Okay,
to
well, Dr.
introduce our
Britton,
guests.
go ahead, please. You have the floor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members, Vice Chair Spray, Superintendent. Thank you for your ears ahead of time today. We're going to discuss, I'm going to introduce some gentlemen that are going to discuss the Florida Educator Healthcare Trust. The first time I saw them was at a FEN conference, which is the Florida Education Negotiators, that we are a member of. And I was very intrigued into how they can help a district potentially save some money on healthcare negotiations. I'm sure we're all aware of people's concerns over rising healthcare costs, us included. I just don't want to see that go up much anymore. So I asked them to present to the superintendent and to Ms. Sellers. Ms. Sellers saw them at another conference and was very intrigued. So we brought that intrigue to you. So I'm not going to steal their thunder. They do a great job explaining the data and how they've helped other districts and how we are already a membership just by being a member of FADS, and how we could use their services and their advice in the future. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Roush, who is behind me, and hopefully you have any questions for me.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Breslin. It's good to be here with you all today to talk about the Health Trust, Florida Educator Health Trust. I think you're going to find that the information that we have to share, we're going to try to go through this presentation fairly rapidly, and I'm not going to read it to you because we really want to get into more of a dialogue. Sitting here with you all today through this workshop, it's clear to me that this board in this district is focused on quality around your students, your student data, how your students are doing, how your workforce is being taken care of, and this hopefully will dovetail and hopefully bring you some things to think about in the healthcare space. So it's great to be here with you all today, and we'll just jump right in. Again, just a quick data point. It's no surprise, right, that healthcare premiums, insurance premiums have risen faster than the cost of living since 2018, and that school districts nationally, of about 4,400 school districts surveyed nationally, that most everybody, they're experiencing increases, right, in costs for their health insurance programs that they're providing to those employees and their families. The Florida Educator Health Trust started out in concept back in 2009 under the Florida School Boards Association division of the Florida School Boards Insurance Trust, FSBIT. It was moved in April of 2025 under the Florida Association of District School Superintendents, under FADS, specifically for the purpose of giving access to all 67 districts that wish to engage with the Health Insurance Trust. As a member of FSBIT, you would have, if your district would have joined the FSHIP, you would have representation as a trustee or a voting member on that board. But if you did not participate or get your property and casualty insurance through FSBIT and wanted to join, you did not have representation on the board of FSHIP because you weren't a member of FSBIT. All 67 school districts are members of FADS, and that's why Fleet fits better under FADS, giving access to school districts across the state. The sole purpose of Fleet is really to the previous gentleman that spoke here. You're talking about economy of scale. When you think about health care and health insurance and all the things that go into a health insurance program, like your pharmacy benefits that cost your program approximately 30% of your overall spend, your health insurance claims, your stop loss, all of those things that you go out and you shop for currently, you shop for individually as the Manatee County School District. The idea is in Fleet, when you bring districts together to harness that buying power and that economy of scale, that you can buy the commodity things like the pharmacy benefits and the medications that your employees are using at a much much reduced cost. And we'll dive into that a little bit deeper. Before I go on to the next slide, I want to pause and introduce the rest of this team here that are all much smarter than I am and have a lot to contribute to the conversation today. I'll just touch briefly and introduce Dave Stevens. Dave Stevens down here is the Director of Business Development for Avail Analytics. Avail Analytics serves as our program management team for the Florida Educator Health Trust. And Dave is a longtime educator himself, teacher, principal, district office guy in Citrus County, and then went on to run the Florida School Board's Insurance Trust under the FSBA. Then we have Darren Bryan, who is the COO of Avail Benefits. Again, a part of our team. He's actually, I think, still a football coach in one of our Florida districts. He's a former educator. And then I myself, former educator, former superintendent, elected, unfortunately or fortunately, it depends on how you look at it, for 2 terms in one of our Florida school districts and enjoyed a career as a teacher as well. And then Joe Albritton is the CEO of Avail Analytics, again, leads our program management team for Fleet. And so I just wanted to give you a quick orientation to the folks here that I've got with me that will be jumping in here to help fill in some gaps and give you some particular specific answers to your questions a little bit later on. So what is Fleet? Fleet is a nonprofit. Again, Fleet, when you think of Fleet, think of FADS. It is the Educator Health Trust under FADS, under the Superintendent's Association. Our sole purpose in life is to bring savings to school districts in this space. When we talk about the overall operational costs of a school district, you all know this, you look at your budget, you go through your budget exercises each year, through the trim process, and you look at all your numbers. You have salary is the largest driver, and then benefits. We don't usually separate those two. We usually say salary and benefits all in one, I think I heard Board Member Kennedy say that earlier, salary and benefits. Because benefits is a huge part of your overall spend, about $57 million in this district alone. And so our goal as a trust is to bring economy of scale, buying power, and bring efficiencies and best practices into the district to be able to show a return on the investment that puts money back in the district's pocket so that you can talk about doing some of those things to better the life of your employees and your families. And so that's just a quick overview of who Fleet is as a nonprofit. Florida Statute 11208 really lays out 3 pathways for a school district to go about procuring health insurance benefits for their employees. The first, number 1, is the traditional model where you would be a fully insured district and you procure that through your procurement, public procurement processes and procedures, and you pay a fully insured premium on that health insurance contract. Number 2 is being self-insured independently, which is where you currently are as a district. You're self-insured, and you are independently self-insured. And so, again, thinking about it in terms of economy of scale buying power, that's where number 3 enters in as a risk management or health insurance trust, where you come together with other school districts. And so that, just as a quick backdrop, is the statutory provision that provides an opportunity to be able to join a trust. And by joining Fleet, you're in essence joining your own trust because you're already members of FADS. And so, Joe, would you like to add anything onto that? You worked in the space, and as you claim, a recovering insurance agent yourself in your previous life. Do you want to expound on that at all?
Yeah, so school districts were one of the only entities that you would think of as a government unit. It's counties, cities, school districts, special districts, that kind of thing is defined in the statute. School districts really were the only one defined in that didn't have option of going into a risk management consortium prior to Fleet being created. And it was just the nature of the way all the consortiums were structured. If you think of PACE and NEFEC and all those types of consortiums. So what we've done is created access to option number 3. 2025 May is when we actually got it done, where every one of the districts could come in under FADS. But that's there's really not much magic to it. That's just how we did it.
Currently, this slide that you're seeing in front of you actually has been updated. I failed to send the updated version. We've added Collier County within the last couple weeks and Hernando County to the list of districts who boards have taken action to join Fleet. And so that makes the 17 if I add those two to that group that you see right there before you.
Can I ask a question there real quick, sir?
Yes, by all means.
Other than maybe Brevard, I guess Charlotte too, these are more on the medium to smaller side. Would I be correct in my assessment there?
Yes, you have varying degrees of districts. You know, with some as few as 200 or 300 employees on an insurance plan. Obviously, Topolk being the largest of that group, with around 11,000 some employees that are on their insurance that elect their insurance plan. And then I think Collier is somewhere around 7,000 employees as well.
Okay. Why do you think some of the bigger counties have not? They don't know about it.
We are traveling very quickly to a lot of places. We are covering a lot of territory on the monthly because a lot of the larger districts are engaging with us as well. Okay. We have ongoing conversations with some of the jumbos as we sit here today. That we're currently working with through this process.
And you've been in existence for how long now? Pretty recently, right? Is that what I heard you say?
April of 25 is when the trust was formalized under FADS, but it was moved from FSBA under FADS, and it had existed since 2009 in program.
So FLEHC has existed since 2009?
It was known as FSHIP back in 2009, and then it became Fleet, yes, in 2025 when it was moved to FADS.
Why does it seem to be, like, why are we just encountering it now? Why didn't we encounter it under the last iteration of it? Or
great question.
In 2009, when FSBIT under FSBA created the health insurance division. It was set up as a program, not a trust, and it was built on the back of an interlocal agreement of Charlotte County Schools. For 10 years, from 2009 to 2019, no one else would join the health pool.
Would join the what?
No one else would join FSHIP,
okay.
the health pool under FSBA.
Okay. Because
so they brought me in to try to figure that out. Okay. And going through the process, what we found out was if you think of how an interlocal agreement works, for example, Charlotte had a contract with a health insurance provider called UMR. It's a subsidiary of United Healthcare, and they had a certain program design. So if a district wanted to go into the existing program under FSHIP, they had to do it exactly the way Charlotte did it, because it was set up as an interlocal agreement. Obviously there's a flaw in that concept because there's 4 major carriers in the state and a variety of options on how people want to create their health insurance programs. In moving it, that being identified as one of the major problems is why it was moved from under FSBA to under FADS. When we moved it under FADS, we also converted it from an interlocal agreement structure to a true trust structure. So when you're in a true trust, you can choose your own carrier, you can choose your own plan design. All 4 of the major insurance companies, being Florida Blue, Cigna, Aetna, and United, participate in Fleet now, where previously under FSHIP, only United could. So when we moved it under, it opened up the opportunity for every district to have full autonomy of their own plan designs and their own wishes of how they want to deliver insurance to their employees, but still gain access to the buying power of the trust. So that's a long way of explaining. It was an interlocal agreement, and now it's a true trust. And that created the flexibility to be able to
So the trust came about in April of 25?
It was formalized.
When you moved from the FSBA to FADS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah.
And so basically, when it was an interlocal agreement, it was like us using a contract of you have to use the same exact contract, right? And for some reason, when it becomes a trust, the legal rules are different, and now you can you can have competition basically, and you can structure your own plan. You don't have to just grab a off-the-shelf contract from somewhere else. Am I
Correct.
understanding that correctly?
Yeah, the difference is the trust is formed under 112.08, which is what we showed initially. And the interlocal agreement is formed under a whole different statute with different provisions. So you're exactly right.
Okay, great. Thank you for that explanation. Any other comments? Ms. Felton?
Just real quick, you'd said there's additional counties beyond the ones there, and I kind of missed.
I'm sorry, Collier and Hernando.
Okay.
Collier and Hernando, yes.
Anybody else? Please continue.
Thank you. To your question just a second ago, Vice Chair, yes, we are engaged with 25 other school districts across the state, in addition to the ones you see on the screen, as we try to meet with superintendent and cabinet members, board members individually in some cases. Sometimes we're asked to meet with union representation, which we're happy to do as well. So we've been very busy around the state and having a great time talking about the ways we're able to save money for school districts. So why fleet? Let's jump right in. Why would you want to consider or think about fleet? Transparency. We could have a whole separate workshop on how we ensure transparency within the program. But transparency is a cornerstone of fleet. Control in the sense that in the traditional space, a district and district staff rely heavily on the traditional agent or broker for the advice, obviously as the industry experts in that area. But you are leaning on you're leaning for advice on the back of a for-profit company and not a nonprofit such as Fleet. And so the accountability factor that comes into the program is big. We can talk more about that. And then engagement to really engage and supercharge savings for school districts through the economy of scale buying power. And minimizing financial stability, especially as you look at stop-loss programs. We all know that stop-loss can be very volatile just by its nature, depending on how many high-cost claims you have that pierce that stop-loss, that help drive, a very small number of employees traditionally drive a very high percentage of your overall cost and claims.
Real quickly there, sir. So
Yes.
I understand it, and so the public who might be watching understands it or will be watching in the future. Stop-loss means we have insurance that after the health care of a patient goes beyond a certain level, then we insure ourselves above that level, right?
That's correct.
That's what stops.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
that insurance company rolls in and pays those health care costs above a certain level.
That's
correct?
exactly right.
And so how does your plan help us with that again?
Joe, you want to dive into that? That's a long conversation
Well,
as well.
maybe
Asking
not.
really good questions,
Yeah.
but they're sometimes long answers.
But it helps us. How about we just, it will help us in that area somehow, right, if we go forward with it?
Yes, I can give you a short version, which is
You got a minute.
4% of your claims is 55% of your spend.
Okay.
So if you think about a group with 1,000 people, that's only 40 people driving 55% of your claim spend.
Right.
It's a very small subject set when you're looking at it statistically. So there's a lot of volatility in that. If you miss it just by a little bit, you could bankrupt your plan, right?
Okay.
So how do you solve that? You go from 1,000 people to 100,000 people. Now you've got more subject sets, more trials in your statistical analysis. The volatility drops. Volatility drops, your premiums drop.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Great. Thank you. Please continue unless somebody else said. All good?
Okay.
Great.
Thank you. Who's eligible to join? We've already talked about that briefly. All 67 districts that are members of FADS are eligible to join, and districts that are self-insured are eligible to join more rapidly than districts that are fully insured. Fully insured districts have to go through a process to transition to being self-insured to become a member of the trust. And then, quite simply put, looking to work with district leadership teams and school boards like you all are, that are motivated to try to increase the quality of life for your employees, and as well as try to be great stewards of taxpayer dollars. How does a school board go about participating that has interest? It really boils down to just a few bullet points. There's a participation agreement that at some point in the future, if you all decided to go down the road to becoming a fleet district, we would send that participation agreement to your staff and to your attorney. And then the board would act on a superintendent's recommendation at some point to adopt that participation agreement to say that we are coming to Fleet as a school district. As I mentioned earlier, the district has to become, become self-insured. And then the district formally enters fleet based on an agreed-upon target date. In some cases, a board will meet on a Tuesday and they become active on a Friday. In other districts, they acted on a Tuesday and they're 12 months out from becoming an active member because they're fully insured and they have to be transitioned into a self-insured environment in their health insurance program. And then each superintendent or their trustee becomes the voting member on the operational components of the trust. And so Dr. Breslin or her designee would attend the meeting. Like, for example, we had yesterday where our board met, made up of the superintendents or designees from our member districts to accept both Hernando and Collier County into the trust at our last meeting. And so this is a trust that is run and operated by the district superintendents that are members of fleet or that are designee. So what can a district expect? For you all, not as much education on what it means to be self-insured because you're already self-insured. But for districts that are not, there's many times a very steep learning curve that goes along with understanding all the components that go into having a self-insured program. Bullet number 3 really applies to you all in terms of being a self-insured district already. We have traditionally seen savings between 7 to 13% when a district is active inside a fleet over a 1 to 3 year period compared to staying independently self-insured. And so, what would that look like for you? Well, 7 to 13% looks like on your $57 million program is what, $3.5 to $4 million up to around $7.5 million in savings over a time period. And the reason that bracket is there, we get asked this all the time, why do you say 1 to 3 years? Well, every district is in a different stage in terms of contracts with their pharmacy benefits or any number of arrangements that you've got, contracts with admin system, just a whole host of things that sometimes we can attack very, very early and get immediate savings, and sometimes those things wait, a year or two until that contract expires. We can go out and run an ITN or RFP to bring you all better product and better price points.
I have a question there, sir.
Yes.
Since you've only been in existence, from my understanding, for less than a year, how do you derive your, not that I doubt your numbers, but
sure,
how do you derive your data if FLEHT has only been in existence for about, 10 months now? But
Great question.
Well, there's two. The second bullet there is if you go from fully insured to self-insured. That math is really simple because insurance companies make about 7.5% profit in a fully insured market.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you have taxes and fees from being fully insured that you don't have when you're self-insured.
Right.
Simple. The third bullet there, the 7 to 13, that's what we've experienced in the year that we've been operating. We've seen that actual savings. For example, Brevard, they came in August 1st of last year. And within the first 60 days, we saved them $1.1 million on the pharmacy. The way we did that is we took the Fleet Benchmark Pharmacy Program and marketed that against their current contract and went to their existing PBM and offered them the opportunity to lower their costs to better compete with the benchmark, knowing that if they don't, we're going to market them right.
Okay.
So those are real numbers that we've experienced in the year that we've been operating. The reason we add the 3 years to it is because if you have, for example, had just entered into a PBM that you really liked, a pharmacy contract you really liked, and asked us, don't mess with it, well, it's going to be 3 years before we can do anything. And it's at your direction. If it's at 3 years, it's typically going to be at the board's direction.
You know how many employees in the Brevard system are enrolled in their health care plan off the top of your head? Do you remember?
I want to think they have about 5,500.
5,500? Okay.
Yeah.
But you said Polk County has up to 11,000?
Polk County's got 11,500. And when we do our count, it's based on member employees, not their dependents.
Right.
So if you looked at Polk, they really have about 18,000 lives on the plan, but we do the count based on member employees. And they have about 11,500 there.
Dr. Breslin, maybe you might have to refer to Dr. Brighton. How many employees, remind me, how many employees do we have again approximately, do you know, enrolled in our?
Oh, enrolled in our healthcare, Dr. Britt.
4,500. So something similar to Brevard. So we could save $1 million, like $1 million.
They did.
Really? That their farmers
They sure
planted.
did.
All right. Well, keep going then. All right. Anything else?
All right, very good. Thank you. Industry-leading assistance with data analysis and application inside Fleet. We have our own data warehouse that is owned by the member districts. That's a little unique in the sense that traditionally your data lives with a carrier. Data in Fleet for Fleet member district lives at the Fleet level, and you get unfiltered access to that authentic, pristine data, as Joe will refer to it as, because it's not being filtered through or manipulated in any way through any other carrier or lens to help drive a decision at your level. It's pure data that you can use to help drive and make good decisions for your overall plant operations. Wellness support, we can dive into that a little more if we have time, but in the interest of time, we'll keep rolling. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. So now I have a question. Now you said you were meeting with people all over the state. Have you met with our union?
I have not at this point.
Okay. I would be interested.
So we have asked Ms. Barber to attend today so she could also hear and take in information. And then if she needs additional meeting time, Dr. Britton has already offered that to make sure that everyone is included in the good, bad, and indifferent.
Mr. Clark, come up to the microphone,
Yes,
please.
thank you.
Did you have a comment you want to make, Mr. Clark?
I think you just want to say AFSCME is also being invited as well.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you.
And our AFSCME vice president, I believe, is in the back of the room. Is that correct, ma'am? Okay, so you're here listening
Yes.
to. Okay, great.
Okay. Then I'd like a little bit in terms of if you can give me some nuts and bolts of what is this going to do for our employees. I mean, I know we're worried about our costs, but I'm worried about their costs. Is it going to help their co-pays? Can they keep their current doctors? What's their out-of-pockets going to look like? What's going to come out of their paycheck? That's the stuff that I'd like to know.
Sure. And we have a recent example. You want to share the one, Charlotte?
Well, first I want to address specifically, the reason we moved it to a trust structure is to give you, the board, full authority and operational control of what the plan looks like.
Mm-hmm.
So you would choose your carrier, whoever you want that to be. And if you want the deductible to be at a certain number, we don't dictate that to you. You decide that. So the effect on the plan, the structure of the plan, is completely in your control.
And Mrs. Felton, the plan that we've talked about would still require the HIC committee to meet and make those decision makings. That would not go away.
Okay.
Our simple goal is to leverage the size of Fleet and the economy of scale. And we have some other aspects that we're leveraging pretty aggressively that we're seeing a lot of positive results in, driving costs down even more. If you think of it as simple as this, our job is to get it to you as cheaply as possible, and then you decide what you want to do with it. We have no influence on what you do on your plan design. We will tell you what your questions will generate in terms of cost, but you make the decisions.
Okay.
And whatever the savings are, we don't tell you what to do with it. We just give it to you.
In one of our districts recently, they had been doing so well, they made the decision to actually lower, that's what I was going with that one, to actually lower deductibles without increasing the cost to the district or the employee.
You don't hear that very often.
You don't hear that very often, actually reducing employee deductibles.
Okay, so that was where I was going. I'm like, and to maybe see some examples from other counties who've been doing this for a while. I have a friend on the Charlotte school board, and she said that they're very happy with what they have going on with you, and so because I looked at your list, I'm like emailing people I know, and so so that was a positive to be able to hear that. So, but if we could maybe see some examples of how other people are making up with these savings and what they're doing and applying it, that would be kind of neat to see what some of the options our committee will have.
Sure. Very good.
Thank you.
Joe, we're at your next 3 slides here. You want to talk
Okay.
about this next slide?
I got 1 minute per slide, right?
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I like to go down, unfortunately, rabbit trails, and I get curious,
That's
and then
no
we go
problem.
down these rabbit trails, and then the rest of them are like, Rich, you could ask that question later. So that was me.
prefer
Take
the
as much time as
question.
you need. So.
I prefer the open dialogue. You get a lot more out of it that way. So What this graph shows is this is an actual depiction. We've been building this model structurally, even though it was restricted in being an interlocal agreement platform. We've been working in Charlotte since 2018. So when you see a lot of these curves and shapes and how the mechanism operates, it's been proven for 7-8 years now. Charlotte was very kind to be sort of a guinea pig in this, and they've seen just incredible results from it. But what this graph shows is that's actual projected, that's actual numbers. The red line is what would happen if you stayed fully insured and you were in what we called parity. And that's when you're funding at your claims. You're not getting these crazy, 30% rate increases in a given year. The yellow line is when you go self-insured and you drop into fleet. So you're maximizing both savings, the 7% from going from fully insured to self-insured, but you're also maximizing the savings on the economy scale purchasing. Amoxicillin is amoxicillin. If you can get it cheaper buying bulk, you should. That's what the yellow line shows. The last piece of the puzzle that a lot of districts, when we were going through this 6-year experimentation, and Dave was sitting right there with me for most of it, the volatility is very, very troubling to districts, the spikes from year to year. The green line shows what happens when you attack volatility by creating the central limit theorem, by bringing in larger case studies in reducing the volatility. That's what the green line shows.
What does the number on the left of that chart mean?
Those are index numbers, kind of like a cost of living index, so it's set to 100.
Okay.
And then what that shows would be, this easiest way to think of it is like your cost of living adjustment is 101% at one place and 80% at the other, but the baseline is 100.
Okay.
It's just an index number.
Okay.
The program strategy that we built. When we started this process originally, we decided to tear apart the traditional health insurance program the way everybody thinks of it. Because if you think of the 3 parts in your insurance program that drive your cost, it's your commodity purchasing, that's your medications and all those kind of things. That's what exists inside care financing. That's when you're buying the items as cheaply as you possibly can. The care delivery section is unique to each and every school district. Your doctor network here is very different than the doctor network in St. John's, which is very different than the doctor network in Holmes County. So you have to attack that on a district by district basis. You can't look at that as a commodity. To think about Adam Smith, the economy of scale price theory only works with rational consumers and commodities. It does not work with specialized services, and it does not work with irrational consumers, right?
Right.
That's what care delivery attacks, because that still exists, but it exists in little small ecosystems inside each school district. And then the third one there is the volatility. That is intended, you typically will buy stop loss for that to try to manage your volatility. Problem being, you're being quoted as Manatee individually. And if you pay the money to the stop loss carrier and you don't use it, you don't get any of the money back.
Right.
We're building a program right now where you would be risk sharing with other school districts, so you wouldn't be quoted just as Manatee. If you had a really, really bad year, there would be help to pull you out of it. If you had a couple of really good years, you could help other districts. And then whatever money isn't used is returned back to the districts. So that's what the volatility management piece does. When a district joins fleet, what in effect happens is because you're going to option 3 under 112.08 and going into a trust, you're outsourcing a lot of the services that you're currently doing to the trust. If you think of it like this, without giving the authority of the trust to go out and price the commodities on your behalf, you still did it by yourself, you're not ever going to get the pricing. So by going into the trust, you're outsourcing certain pieces of the operation. One of the things that in that 6-year period when we were meeting with superintendents and board members and CFOs and regulators to try to figure out what was going on and how we could build a better program, we spent a lot of time with school district CFOs. And we asked them, in a perfect world, what would you want your responsibility and your insurance plan to look like? That, what you see on the screen right now is the result of that. The CFOs asked us, can you just take all of it on and do all the work, but then give me all the information and reporting? That's the outcome. What that dashboard shows, that dashboard was developed by CFOs, and it comes out of the data warehouse, so it's pristine data. That will tell you the lifeblood, the pulse of your plan month to month. You're not surprised at the end of the year anymore. You know from month to month how your plan is operating. The dashboard, the RPM gauges show you your current claims in a month compared to a year ago. You know, it's different comparisons as CFOs requested. The bar graph at the bottom shows you your accumulation in surplus. You know the rule about you have to have 60 days in reserve, the safe harbor.
Right.
That tells you where you are in that regard. And school districts are sometimes surprised to learn that the average across the state is just under 3 times. Most school districts that are self-insured, the average is they have 3 60-day pots of money in reserve. So when a district's running at 1, there's nothing wrong with that as long as you know where you're at in other areas. This tells you that, so you know from month to month. There's no surprises.
Real quick, currently, it's like quarterly, is it not? I'm looking at Ms. Sellers. Like, isn't quarterly we get to where we get our results to say where we are in that plan as far as claims go?
PIC sees it monthly.
Okay.
We get new completed financials and brought forward. We do see that information
Gotcha.
monthly, all the time reported in here.
Gotcha. Thanks.
I won't read these 5 bullet points to you, but the number 5 is extremely important. Fleet's direct obligation and fiduciary duties to the district and not to a company. Fleet does not receive any remuneration from any type of carrier, any type of company related to your health insurance program. We'll talk a little bit about. You said, well, how does Fleet operate? Fleet has a cost of operation. We'll speak about that briefly. Fleet partners and organizational components. This is just a quick 4-bullet, overarching 30,000-foot view of Fleet as an organization. FADS is the sponsoring entity of Fleet, like FSBIT is to FSBA. I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director, working for Senator Montford, the CEO of FADS, as well as every one of the member district superintendents and their trustees that I report to and serve for. Avail Analytics, those are the folks you see here today. They serve as our program management team. They are the industry experts in the field, have all the information to help guide and direct districts with best practices, contract management for vendors that come into Fleet that engage with district members. Alliant serves as our actuarial arm and our data warehouse. They house the data warehouse, place the stop loss, the PPM piece, all that is shopped through. And Alliant, as you are aware, is I think the 4th or 5th largest brokerage outfit in the world. They do not do business in Florida school districts anywhere else outside of Fleet. They are exclusive to Fleet inside of Florida public school districts. And then FSBIT, that we've already mentioned, FSBIT serves as the accounting arm of Fleet. All of the all the bills, all the reconciliation, the monthly income statement, the bank registry, all the data that comes into that fancy little dashboard that you saw just a second ago, that is worked through the data through Alliant. All that happens from an accounting perspective inside of FSBIT. So those are the 4 main pieces and operational components of Fleet as an organization. Excuse me. This is a snapshot of the scope of services, if you will, the things that our member districts are part of. Again, controlled by district superintendents or their designees. Risk sharing was just touched on briefly as a part of the stop loss component that Joe mentioned just a minute ago. Districts maintaining autonomy. That's hugely important. To Board Member Felton's point just a minute ago, every single school district that we've interacted with, including the one that I was formerly superintendent in, has very active, engaged health insurance committees. They're named different things, from district to district, but they all serve a viable function in terms of analyzing what's going on, made up of union members and management team members to help bring recommendations and decision points back to the board for adoption. So you maintain full autonomy in your present infrastructure of how that works here. Expert engagement and expertise and advice through our program management team and all the employees that work in that side of the house. Economy of scale purchasing. Again, I'm not going to read the rest of these. We are going to annually market check your claims, your medical claims against the other major carriers to see if you're getting the best deal. Your pharmacy program will be repriced annually as a fleet member district. Stop loss obviously gets marketed and checked annually for the best prices in the industry. We're experiencing great savings right now in some of the stop loss products. I think that we're seeing 10% savings inside a fleet over districts going after that stop loss product independently. Procurement services, a lot of the things that districts have to do, finance departments have to do in terms of issuing an RFP and running a bid for things, all that happens for you as a member district potentially if you were to join inside a fleet. We run those procurements and run contract negotiations, and obviously the district always has the final say in that process. FSBIT cooperation and control in the accounting piece, and of course I've already mentioned the data warehouse. Data is important. Good data, let me say that, good data is important to helping districts make good decisions about their plan. So we've kind of come to my favorite part of the program, and that's where I get to stop talking and we get to start conversing more at the board's pleasure. Thank you.
Great. Go ahead, please. Anybody?
Chad, anything?
Or
we just go down the line.
Yeah, that's fine. We can just go online.
1, 2, 3, all right.
Great presentation. Thank you very much. I don't know if I don't have any questions. I definitely understand the structure, what's happening. I guess my question would be to Dr. Breslin, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a yes from us to look into this more from a staff standpoint?
Right, looking for feedback if the board is interested in leaning into this trust partnership. I mean, it's one piece, absolutely. The HIT committee is another piece. So we're going through multiple layers to see if this is something that we believe will be of value for all of our employees in an effort to save money on rising health care costs.
I'm 100% yes. I think it makes sense to move forward and look into it.
Okay.
And move the next HIC and then whoever else needs to do it. But yeah, it makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah, same. Just a couple of comments. As you began presenting, I was like, why is every district in the state not involved in this pool? And it's because you just started 10 months ago. So but you've already scooped up almost 20 districts in less than a year. So that says a lot. And going from our last workshop item to this one, I think you hit on this at the beginning, like 2 items in a row where we're looking out for our employees. We want to, the way we structure our plan, we could reduce their deductibles, we could increase their pay or some combination thereof. So it's very exciting. So yeah, I'm certainly a thumbs up for going forward with more information, more research. I just want one stat that I heard. Was this our district? 4% of our employees are 55% of our cost?
That's a national average.
That's okay.
It's typically pretty close.
Well, okay. I want to say, I don't believe you were on the board yet. From your
back hiatus. On the
board. But obviously, Mr. Tatum was, and this was maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, and there was like 3 claims. Right? Like, I mean, there were so
close to $1 million.
Yeah, no, each one.
Yeah, each one, right?
Like, there was 3 claims that were like, so that number does not surprise me at all.
Yeah.
But it was when we dipped below the threshold you have to be in your reserve, we had to increase that. 3 years ago? I'm looking at Ms. Sellers. I'm not looking at you. You don't know,
I'm-
or you don't know our finance.
I'm assuming.
But yeah. So that number does not surprise me at all.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
that was next, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
And board members, if you have, I know everyone hasn't had a chance to speak, but also if you would like Mrs. Sellers to answer some questions, you can come up to the mic and answer a series of questions if need be. She's been sitting in on the meetings as well.
Ms. Felton?
Thank you very much for that. And actually, the 4% equals 55% of cost did not surprise me either. I've seen that number floating around before. I'm interested to go forward, see what things we can do to help our employees. Obviously, I do want to know what our unions think. So whatever feedback we get from them, I'd appreciate that. And and what ideas the committee would have to pass on savings. Pass on savings to our employees, and then also, figure out other ways that we can fund other things for our staff if we were able to save in that way. So, I'd like to see what they can do with it.
Right. Okay, thank you.
That was it. Thank you.
Just a couple questions for you. I think it's another great idea. Seems at first blush to be a good idea. So you said you were going to cover how you covered your costs, but maybe I missed it. How do you cover your costs again?
So the Board of Trustees, made up of the district superintendents or their designees, they adopt a fee schedule for districts inside of Fleet based on district size.
Okay.
And so I have that rate sheet that I can leave here with you all today, if you so choose. I think we may have a meeting possibly with union representation after this. We'll share that with them as well.
Okay.
So for a district your size, there is a one-time capitalization fee after your board acts on a participation agreement, and after the Fleet Board accepts a district in, Fleet would bill the district a one-time fee of $15,000 to build the infrastructure out for your accounts and your infrastructure for your district out inside of Fleet to be able to go active.
Okay.
And then monthly, there is a PEPM, per employee per member monthly, of $20.75. Not on all of your employees, not on all your dependents, just on the member of employees. And so I think your last count was like 4,451 employees. That PEPM is assessed monthly on the number of employees you have on the plan, not on your total population.
Okay, great.
And that's what operates the entire mechanism of the trust, or those PEPMs that the districts pay into the trust. And so that next question that normally comes, not to cut you off, I can see wheels turning. Well, can that fee go up? It only goes up if the trustees on the Fleet Board, i.e. superintendents and CFOs or whoever's on there, vote for it to change up or down for that matter.
Okay.
Richard, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you give me those numbers one more time?
Yes, one-time $15,000 fee on joining, and then $20.75 per employee monthly. Only those on the plan, not for Cobra folks, not for retirees, although they get the benefits right of your plan. We only charge on active employee members and not on their dependents either.
And for a point of clarification, that's 7 to 13% savings we see from being independently self-insured versus self-insured in Fleet. That 7 to 13% is net or after the PEPM.
Yes, thank you.
That's an important point.
Okay. And then earlier in your presentation, did you say that there were legislative changes that occurred recently to allow this to happen, or it was the fact that it was moved from FSBA to FADS that allowed this to happen?
Yeah, the 112.08 statute's been in force for a really long time, and cities and counties have been acting on option 3 for decades. What happened with school districts is there was only one entity that could take on a trust for school districts, and that happened to be FADS. Because it has to be nonprofit, there are statutory requirements to be able to carry out a trust. You have to be nonprofit, which they are. You have to be a school-associated organization, which they are. And the entity has to be completely owned and controlled by the member districts. So the fact that we moved it under FADS unlocked all of that.
Because FSBA is not controlled by the school districts, is that?
No. The FSBIT organization only has, I think, 14 school districts in it.
Okay,
FADS has all 67.
okay.
And FSBIT is a trust itself, and the law wouldn't allow the creation of a trust within a trust.
Mhm.
So when we moved it under FADS, we kind of checked two separate boxes. We are now all 67 districts, and we can set ourselves up as a trust instead of an interlocal agreement.
Okay. That sounds good. Do you mind if I ask Ms. Brighton some questions?
Absolutely.
Ms. Britton?
Dr. Britton, if
Dr.
you want to
Britton, yeah.
come to the microphone, please.
As our HR expert, I'm just curious about your thoughts, if you have any comments to make, if you think it's a good thing based on what you've heard.
Well, based on what I've learned over the last couple of months, or actually last almost a year at this point, especially from Ms. Barber, head of MEA, who has some incredible amount of historical knowledge in terms of what our HIC has accomplished over the years, the rate changes, the insurance companies, and so forth. So I give that credit to her because she has a ton of knowledge, and from Ms. Sellers and our finance team in terms of the costs and how they've gone up and down over the last couple of years. So when I listened to Fleet's presentation, and having worked in Charlotte many years ago and gone to their employee clinic a number of times, I became interested because I know that they have a history of helping those employees and helping bring the insurance costs down in that district specifically. So that's where I started my investigation in terms of what they are able to bring to the table. I'm always interested in hearing anything that's going to bring more services to our employees in terms of the economy of scale. Working in a municipal charter, we had our own employee clinic. We had, I don't want to say deals, we had agreements with local MRIs and clinics and pharmacies. And so I'm used to that economy of scale. And then I came here. We have a very expensive but very robust insurance plan. So as I learn more, listen more, I was eager to listen to what they would offer in terms of savings and knowing that we would help increase that economy of scale. So I do think it's a good idea to bring this to HIC. I would have never brought this before we had a HIC meeting, except that all the stars aligned and they were available and you were available. So it just happened after some conversations with them. So I will defer to HIC on all things because that's a very well functioning arm of our organization. So I just wanted to bring that information to you. I do think it's worth looking into and moving forward with because I want to continue to benefit our employees in terms of at least keeping our cost level, if anything going down over a period of years, because we're going to continue to grow as well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that was great. Thanks, Dr. Britton. Ms. Sellers, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, I too, when I got a chance to be able to meet this group at our last finance officers conference, I got the same message. I had seen them at a few other items before when they were FSBIT, before at that point in time. And what interests me was the cost savings for that economy of scale. It's something that we've always wondered, how could you be part of a consortium that would get that kind of a thing? Well, this particular trust agreement is going to drive that. The reserve that this district needs to have for those 60 days is $10 million. And from what I've seen with this health insurance plan, when I came on in 2023, that's when we saw the dip where it was going down so much that the general fund did have to put in a grand total of $15 million to insert that back in to make it be where it needed to be.
Right.
But when I'm hearing the fact that their strategy, it's that these districts see something higher than that, it would be lovely not to worry about that 112.08 required reserve to be able to be approved is actually sound by the Department of Insurance. So I think that this particular agreement would be able to bring what we were looking for in HIC. We are constantly brought by our current broker different strategies of what it looks like when you change around the co-pays, bringing in different services that might offer you a savings here and there, that kind of a thing. So I think this is a good opportunity to be able to participate with another group that could take it to the next level.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms.
Mr.
Sellers.
Taylor, I just have one quick question. Not for you, Mrs. Sellers. Thank you.
Mrs. Sellers.
I just want to get back into the details for 1 second because this is, we're coming full circle with another idea. But Charlotte County was way ahead of their time with the employee health. They were running their own, as you just referenced, Dr. Britt, this brought it back up, running their own employee health clinics. We kind of took a run at it years ago, and it just wasn't really momentum on the board to make it happen. But I'm just curious, did Charlotte, are those two things connected? Their entry into self-insured employee health clinics and being a trust, are those two things related, or they just happened around the same? Pardon me, they happened around the same time.
They were one of the 3 original districts in the state of Florida, and Dave actually was in Citrus. He was the risk manager in Citrus.
Yeah, it all came from FISBIT. Yeah, all 3 of them, St. John, Citrus, Charlotte. Okay, we were all going down this road.
Gotcha.
Okay, really, this is the culmination, okay, of what they started years ago. And we knew we had to have the wellness centers. You have to manage your wellness. You really have to engage with your employees, okay, about their wellness. Right. So we knew that back in 08, 09, really, when this started. So really, it's all connected. It just took some time to perfect it, and it took Joe and Darren and FISBIT, really to work all of it out, as far as that goes. So now it's to the point to where it really needs to go to, because if you really look at it, the potential of this program is huge, because there's 272,000 school board employees on health insurance plans in the state. That's larger than the state employee base. Okay? If you got in excess of 200,000 school board employees and the buying power that they would leverage, this program has the potential to have huge savings for school districts. And it's going to be ran by school districts. It's not some agent broker running this. It's you guys who have the control of it and how it works.
And when you get to be that size, the management of volatility becomes so much easier. When you're at 200,000, 4% of 200,000 is still a pretty big number. I mean, that's 8,000 people. That's bigger than your district on the high-cost claim. So the statistics of how you manage that becomes incredibly manageable. It's easy to handle at that point. But to specifically hit your question about were the clinics tied to self-insured, going self-insured, the short answer to that is yes. Where Charlotte, when we brought into Charlotte in 2019, they were starting to go in a bad direction. Because, will you go back to the Venn diagram real quick? Because this is a really good question. Oh, it's not showing up there.
They can bring it back up.
Okay. The reason we separated it out the way we did it in the Venn diagram, where it's care financing, care delivery, and volatility management, is because when we stepped into Charlotte in 2018, it was all jumbled together. And when you kind of understand the difference in a specialty service or specialized service and a commodity, then you can really start targeting what you're going after. And what we were able to do in Charlotte was develop a clinical structure that was built to reward employees that were striving for good health and still provide the necessary services for people who are having health problems. You can't do that unless you separate them out and target specific conditions. So when that clicked in Charlotte's head and we started going after specific health conditions in the clinic related to their employees, but we're still leveraging the buying power of the full program, that's when they really started surging, started building. They've got 10 times the necessary surplus, I believe, sitting in reserves right now. That's 10 60-day buckets of money sitting in reserves, and they just lowered employee deductibles. So it is tied, but it's not as simple as going self-insured and having a clinic. You've got to build the steps in between.
It's just a piece of the infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Laura and team, for bringing that back up. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Legal Eagles, do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation? Nope.
No, sir.
Okay. Dr. Breslin, do you have anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
No, sir, thank you. Well, I guess I do. I said no, and then I started
Well,
talking.
yeah, I wasn't going to mention that, but go ahead.
Thank you all for being here and meeting with all of our different groups, and thank you, board members, for your input. I appreciate it.
Okay, great. I just have a couple closing questions here real quick. So I wanted to understand the last discussion that we had. So when you say specialized treatment, let's say, I don't know, some particular heart condition, right? So if I have, like in Manatee County, let's say there's 3 people with that heart condition and it costs X amount of money. But if there are 300 people with that condition across 25 counties, then you can go out and negotiate a lower price to take care of that condition. Is that something, is that kind of what you were talking about specialty care? Or
Well, that's what we would call a center of excellence.
Okay.
That's different than having a local clinic. What I mean by the specific care delivery is the number of diabetics that exist in Manatee County is different than the number of diabetics that exist in St. John's.
Okay.
So St. John's Clinic might specifically target cancer prevention, where Manatee might need to specifically target diabetic care. And if you start looking at it specifically, I remember Charlotte being excited because 6% of their employees were getting treatment for diabetes. So in their mind, only 6% of the employees had diabetes.
Okay.
And I got them to understand that's not what that means. That means there's 15% that aren't being cared for that are diabetic. So that's what I'm specifically talking about as opposed to a center of excellence.
Oh, okay.
Is the clinic needs to be designed to serve Manatee specific needs.
So rather than just setting up a general clinic where everybody goes there, if you're recommending that if we were to go down the road of setting up our own clinics, we would want to specialize them based on the care that's needed within Manatee County.
Absolutely.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And just on a general question about healthcare in general in the country, this model, would it work for like allowing small businesses to come together and aggregate themselves, to have a bigger pool of people to draw from and help them lower their healthcare costs?
In theory, yes. To build it out would be pretty complicated.
Yeah, but you could come up with the Florida Organization of Small Business Owners or something, right? And they could maybe set up a trust and then do what you guys have done. I'm just thinking out loud, really. But we're all thinking about how to lower healthcare costs.
Years ago, we looked at it through the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah.
As an idea.
But it didn't work out for some reason.
It was so, school districts all have to provide health insurance.
Yep.
And small businesses don't have to.
No, that's a good point.
So it gets pretty tedious.
Yeah. And then one last question. There's a gentleman in the audience, Mr. Ross. He is one of our contractors who does data analysis for us, and I'm just curious if you have any comments you'd like to make since you work with our healthcare people. About the program?
I'm going to participate in a private meeting later on.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So nobody else has any other comments?
No, sir.
Okay, great then. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. That was very
Thank you all for
informative.
your
I
time.
appreciate it, Ms. Sellers, Dr. Britton, and everybody else in the room. That is the last item on our agenda. Are there any final comments from anybody here?
No.
We are adjourned.